We're looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah, we are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to pretend
are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah, we are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah.
looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah, we are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React.
Welcome everyone to Vue.js Live Day Uno. We are your hosts, and since we'll be spending some time together, it might be nice if we introduce who we are. So hi, my name is Floor. I'm a technical program manager at K6, which is a load testing tool, and K6 was recently acquired by Grafana Labs, which you might or might not know. I'm also an independent developer relations consultant, and I organize a ton of conferences like the DevOps Days, for instance. I'm thrilled to co-host with the wonderful Ari today. Ari, why don't you introduce yourself?
Well, thank you. I'm Ari Clark. I'm based in the United States, and I'm a full stack engineer at Sift, which is a healthcare startup. And I am also a co-host of Enjoy the Vue, a podcast for Vue developers.
Great. So welcome again to our 17,346 attendees. Happy whatever time of day it is for you. Because this is a virtual or hybrid event, I think it's safe to say, and the chart, the map chart in the back will hold up my bold statement probably, is that we have folks tuning in from all over the globe, from the comfort of their couch and hopefully with snacks within their reach. I know I have for sure.
Same. Throughout the conference, we will have various live polls for you to participate in. To join in on the fun, go to Slido, that's sli.do, and use code 2010. Each speaker has submitted a poll question that will be presented before their talk. But to start us off, here's a poll just for fun. The USFC's tag yourself. Script tag. Are you all about that logic? Template, where logic and presentation come together. Style, looking good. Or custom, cannot be contained.
I know what I am.
I'm a template.
Sure. We want to thank the program committee for the great collection of talks that we have for you for the next 2 days. This event wouldn't have been possible without them. So they're the ones that went through all of the submissions through the CFP, which in itself deserves an applause. So I would love to see those emoji applause in the chat for Mark, for Maria, Alex, Kia, and Mikhail. And of course, this conference wouldn't even be possible without the sponsors that we have that, graciously have supported this conference. Those are Stackhawk, Ionic, Tidelift, Attest, Sentry, Studio 3T, Maersk, and Hazura. And a special shout out goes out to Sam Knows, who has helped provide us with 40 diversity scholarships. So that's 40 full conference, all features, passes for diverse attendees.
Okay, now it's time for some social media fun. I want all of you to take a photo of how, where, or whatever you're joining the conference with. Tweet it with the hashtag VueJSLive. We'll be looking out for your tweets and we will retweet them. And if you do that, you will be entered into our raffle of 2 multi-passes to Git Nation conferences and Git Nation swag. We have some fun swag, so go and tweet now. Search Twitter for Vue.js Live to see our setup too, though we're actually about to just show it to you, but in general, just abuse the hashtag.
That's us. I love the lighting that you put up, Ari, really.
Yes.
You're just so crafty.
A roll of LEDs.
It does the trick, so, why not? So as I already said, at the end of the conference, we'll put the best tweets to our Wheel of Fortune, and there will be 2 winners, and they receive a swag pack with a limited dish t-shirt and of course stickers. And after the conference, the Git Nation team will just get in touch with you and discuss the details of the shipment. So again, Vue.js Live, that's the hashtag, that's where it's at. Git Nation is not only organizing this wonderful event, but a whole host of events. And to attend their conferences, you can get a Git Nation multi-pass today, or any day really. And with a multi-pass, you get access to all the great events listed on this slide, like Test.js Summit or DevOps.js. The pass will be valid for the entire 2021-2022 season, and it's truly the gift that keeps on giving. You can find all details on portal.gitnation.org/multipass.
And for all the information about this conference, you can go to vuejslive.com. That'll give you the schedule and all the other details you will need. Now, you might be wondering what the heck to expect today. So let's go over it. So here we see a screenshot of what the navigation on the website looks like. The main screen is the video player that plays the live feed. So where you'll see us, yay. On the bottom, we've got a timeline of events that will happen during the conference. We will start each speaker's session with the speaker's introduction and a poll question that they've submitted for you all, then move on to the talk and finish up with a live Q&A session with the speaker. If you are part of our full access tier, you will have access to speaker rooms and discussion rooms, which we will explain shortly. If you're lost at any point, click Discord on the top and ask your question in troubleshooting. We're here to help, so don't be shy.
Absolutely. And just because we aren't able to meet in person doesn't mean we can't all hang out together. So if you want to talk to people during the conference and watch the talks together, we will have some virtual watch parties as well. So you can have a look at our spatial chat, the application that we use for those watch parties. Oh, you're muted, I think, Ari.
Of course I am. It would be. Yeah, it wouldn't be a remote event if somebody wasn't muted accidentally.
At least once, yeah.
Glad we got that out of the way. So yes, as I was saying, this is spatial. There are discussion rooms. You can join with your camera, mic, or both. You'll see a list of rooms on the right that you can join. Once you're in a room, you can move your avatar around, and the closer you are to another one, the louder they will be, just like in real life. Super cool. So walk around, talk to people, and watch the show together. On our schedule, we also have discussion rooms. Up for discussion today are the following topics: Vue.js versus Nuxt.js, Laravel and Vue together, accessibility, yes, GraphQL and Vue.js. You can see the links in the timeline or on Vue.jslive.com.
And at the end of the day, or at the end of the talks, don't leave. Like, just stay around for the party, which is available to all full ticket holders. And what we'll do is we'll play Pictionary. So the one person draws and the other one guesses what it is. So like real Pictionary, but then virtually. And then we'll have a Quake.js tournament. And if you're not into playing either Pictionary or Quake.js, then we'll have just a room where you can just go and hang out with other people and chit chat.
And be sure to join us on the Discord server. You can use the community track Q&A and residence track Q&A channels to submit questions to the speakers and discuss topics with the community in the community channel.
We want everyone to feel safe, included, and have a great experience attending this event. We do not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels. That includes Twitter, the spatial chat, and Discord. The code of conduct is available over at getnation.com/COC. Please go and review it if you haven't already. I feel like there's a review joke in there that I totally missed. Anyway, doesn't matter. If anytime you feel like there's a violation of the code of conduct, please send an email to coc@getnation.org and we'll take care of it right away.
And you can see jobs from our amazing sponsors at Vue.jslive.com/jobs. So go check those out. And while you're there, go ahead and check out special offers from our sponsors at Vue.jslive.com/perks.
Your feedback is very important to the team. It helps them improve the event and make it even better for you for the next time. So we have a form available at Vue.jslive.com/feedback. So please take your time and leave your feedback and thoughts, suggestions, compliments, and anything else.
Now, before we announce our first speaker, let's see the results of our first poll. Vue SFC. Tag yourself. Wow. Okay. Overwhelmingly, y'all are script. You are all about that logic with 45%. Template came in at 34, custom 14, and apparently only 6% of you are stylish.
That's a surprise. I had not expected this.
Yeah, I was not expecting it to be so overwhelmingly for one of them. Oh, I guess I should have seen that coming. Y'all are smart and logical people out there, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well, now what you all really came here for, our first speaker is Evan Yu. Evan is an independent software developer and the creator of Vue. Most of his work is open source and publicly available on GitHub. In his talk 1 year into Vue 3, Evan will give us a review of the past year. It seems hard to believe, but Vue 3 has already been out for over a year. We'll take a look at what happened and what comes next. But before we get to the talk, Evan has posed a question for all of you. What version of Vue are you using? Vue 2, Vue 2 but planning to migrate to Vue 3, or Vue 3? And we'll take a look at the results of that at the start of the Q&A session following the talk. So don't forget to ask your questions on Discord and the community chat Q&A channel. Without further ado, let's give Evan a big round of virtual applause. Evan, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, Evan here, and thanks for tuning in to Vue.js Live. Today, I'll be talking about what's been going on after 1 year of Vue 3's release, what has changed, what was shipped, and some of the lessons we've learned along the way. And most importantly, we'll also talk about what's coming next. Vue 3 was released on September 18th, 2020. It's crazy to think that it's been out for over a year already. Over this past year, we shipped another 2 minor versions, 3.1 and 3.2. 3.1 was mostly focused on the migration build, and 3.2, which we will talk about a bit later, shipped a ton of new improvements. And in between that, we had 52 patch and pre-release versions. Today, Vue 3 has crossed 1.2 million downloads per month, but many of you are probably wondering, why haven't we switched Vue.js.org and npm tags to default to Vue 3 yet? The short answer is, it will happen very, very soon. The longer answer is, well, it was planned, but only to some extent. When Vue 3 was first released, we knew it wasn't ready for instant mass adoption. Most notably, some core libraries were still in beta. The new DevTool extension wasn't ready, and IDE support and the tooling story were both lacking. In addition, major ecosystem projects like Nuxt and Vuetify also needed time to come up with a Vue 3 compatible version. So we intentionally opted for a soft launch strategy. This would allow early adopters to start using Vue 3, while giving us time to stabilize core and give the ecosystem the time to catch up. But we have to admit, this soft launch took much longer than we had hoped. Here I'm going to be completely honest and discuss some of the lessons that we have learned. The main issue that caused the ecosystem around Vue 3 to move slower is the breaking changes between Vue 2 and Vue 3. Because of the breaking changes, it was challenging for existing projects to migrate. With fewer end users moving to Vue 3, library authors also had weaker incentives to upgrade their libraries to support Vue 3. And because many libraries did not support Vue 3, end users were unable to upgrade their projects. So you see, we were in a kind of deadlock here. This was addressed to some extent via the migration build, but it was also shipped a bit late, right? It was shipped in July 2021. So much later than we had hoped. In an ideal world, we obviously wanted to make Vue 3 100% backwards compatible. However, in reality, it involves some extremely difficult trade-offs. Imagine re-engineering a propeller into a jet while it's flying. Well, maybe that's a bit too exaggerated, but let me dive a bit deeper into this. What kind of updates do we consider major? Note that I am not talking about a semver major. I'm talking about something that we typically only do to a framework maybe once every few years, right? The common reasons for such major updates include, first, to correct architectural design flaws. Second, to introduce fundamental new capabilities. And 3, to shed technical debt of the existing architecture. Note, these usually involves mass refactoring or even ground-up rewrite, which was the case for Vue 3. The common traits of these important core reasons are that they are extremely expensive to do in an incremental fashion, right? Because some of the issues are rooted in the architecture, and without overhauling the architecture, some of the improvements were simply not possible in the first place. So doing such big updates while retaining fully backwards compatibility is sometimes just prohibitively expensive to do, right? Why? Because full backwards compatibility is a burden that compounds with every major new change introduced. The more ambitious the new changes are, the more technical debt will incur during the process. In the long run, it will make the process even harder, adding new features much harder, and most importantly, it becomes more and more costly to maintain the software in the long run. Now, on the other hand, we can reduce the scope of changes in order to make things more feasible. But this also results in less ambitious improvements, fewer possibilities explored, and potentially stagnation, right? So it's almost like there are a bunch of knobs that you can try to turn, but when you turn one of them, the other ones will move in reaction to the one you're turning. So here I visualized some of the factors that we have to consider while doing major updates into 4 knobs, right? These are backwards compatibility, how easy it is to upgrade, the cost to implement and maintain the changes and maintain it for the long run, and finally the level of improvements these changes can bring about. So in the case of Vue 3, the example is if we turn the backwards compatibility to 100%, this will make it extremely easy to upgrade, but it will also significantly increase the implementation and maintenance costs. And if we try to push the scale of an improvement up to 100% at the same time, it will drive up the cost to nearly infeasible scale. Now, if we tune the compatibility knob down a little bit to 90%, we can now have both reasonable cost and somewhat major improvements, but user upgrade will suffer, right? It will become more difficult to upgrade. So this essentially sums up the trade-offs that we have opted for in Vue 3, right? We try to keep the majority of the framework concepts and APIs intact while introducing new capabilities. So the API is 90% compatible. It's not 100% compatible. Most importantly, some of the internals have changed, right? But we were able to bring major updates in almost every aspect, from performance to bundle size to internal architecture, long-term maintainability, TypeScript integration, right? It's an improvement across the board. Unfortunately, we also had to introduce some of the small breaking changes. Many of the public API changes are now covered in the compat build. However, some of the exchanges are found more fundamental. For example, the switch from using ES5 getter-setters to proxies for the reactivity system, or changing the underlying virtual DOM format. These changes were necessary for the level of improvements that we were aiming for. However, they also made it more challenging for existing projects to upgrade, especially apps with external dependencies that rely on Vue 2's internal behavior. This is the biggest blocker that we have seen in practice. Now, I'm not trying to look for excuses by talking about all this. Looking back, we probably could have done some things a lot better, especially with the breaking changes, to make the upgrade process smoother. We could have introduced the compat build earlier, and we definitely should have worked on the new docs earlier as well. But ultimately, I still believe making Vue 3 100% backwards compatible, especially with all the libraries that relied on Vue 2's internal behavior, is something that was just too costly to commit to. We won't be able to get the level of maintainability and the level of improvements that we want, that we have right now at the same time, if we commit to 100% backwards compatibility. So, enough about the breaking changes, but now let's talk about something more optimistic. The good news is, I believe the turning point is very close, and we will see Vue 3's adoption grow significantly in 2022. Now, outside of Vue itself, one of the reasons that this switch to Vue 3 by default has been delayed for so long is that we spent a lot of time on stabilizing Vite. So this is kind of a detour which we hope will be worth it in the long run. Vite is a brand new build tool that greatly improves development experience with blazing fast server startup time and hot module replacement performance. Now, today Vite has already crossed 1 million monthly npm downloads and being actively used in many production projects. We will also be switching our recommended tooling for Vue 3 to a Vite-based setup very soon. If you haven't tried Vite yet, trust me, it's going to knock your socks off, so definitely go check it out. Anthony from our team and Vite team and Alex from Vue School are both going to talk about Vite in their talks, so definitely keep an eye on those. While my primary focus is still on Vue, as an open source developer, my ultimate goal is to help other developers do their jobs faster. So that's why I'm particularly proud that although Vite was initially created specifically for Vue, it has now evolved into a framework agnostic tool that can benefit all web developers. Another aspect for increased Vue 3 adoption is that IE 11 is going out at a faster pace. Since Vue 3 no longer supports IE 11, this has been one of the concerns for many users, right? The good news is more and more major players are dropping support for IE 11. One of the recent one is Google Search, now officially dropping IE 11 supporting its main product. It still has a fallback experience, but they essentially said we're not going to invest more support into IE 11. And here's what they said. We did the math. It is time. So hopefully this will also send a signal to more and more companies to start dropping IE 11 together. The most important thing, and probably what we as users care most about, is that the ecosystem is really catching up now. Nuxt 3 just recently entered public beta with tons of improvements, amazing features. Many of you are probably have been waiting for this, and Alex from the Nuxt team will talk about it very soon. Vue Use is another project that manifests the power of Composition API. It's a huge collection of Composition API utilities ranging from browsers APIs to device sensor APIs, bridges, to animation, to state management. The best part is you can use as many of them as you want in your project without any of the drawbacks of mixings, right? No namespace conflicts, fully supports tree shaking. So definitely check it out if you haven't. Now, if you're looking for UI component frameworks, there are also already many choices that are stable for Vue 3. Quasar 2 is already stable. Vuetify is currently still in alpha, but will reach beta in December. John Leader will talk about this probably in his talk. There are also other great choices such as Naive UI, Prime Vue, Element Plus, and Design Vue. And if you're building something specific for mobile, there are great choices too, right? Ionic Vue is built on top of Vue 3 from the ground up. There are also Vue 3 compatible versions of the Vent UI and a new project called Valet. So also check these out if you're building for mobile. In addition to the ecosystem, we also shipped more improvements in Vue itself in 3.2. The most important new feature in 3.2 is script setup, which significantly improves the ergonomics when using Composition API inside single file components. Now, due to the time constraints, I'm not going to show off every single feature in 3.2, but after talk, check out these slides. There are links to everything I mentioned. We also had an announcement blog post for 3.2, so check those out if you're interested. We also greatly improved the IDE support for Vue single file components via the Vola extension, which is now the new recommendation. So if you're still using Viter, definitely consider switching over to Vola to check it out. And WebStorm has also been doing a great job in keeping up with our latest syntax additions. So WebStorm now already supports script setup as in Vue single file components as well. We now also have a dedicated tool called Vue.tsc, which can type check Vue components alongside normal TS files. So it can treat both Vue files and TS files in the same project as one type checking pass. You can do this in your CI build pipelines. So you don't have to, so you can rely on the IDE instant feedback during development and then run this during build or during CI. 3.2 also shipped major performance improvements for the reactivity system. And in terms of rendering, there's also the new vmemo directive, which gives you the opportunity to do very fine-grained tweaking, manual optimizations in cases where it's extremely demanding. But in most cases, the rendering performance is already pretty great, right? And finally, we have some pending RFCs that can potentially introduce even more ergonomics improvements for composition API. For example, the ref transform IFC that allows us to use refs with reactivity, but without the need to use dot value everywhere. So if you have been bothered by dot value, definitely check out this RFC. So we believe these combined together will push Vue 3 to a whole new level. But of course, we also want to help Vue 2 users to either migrate or, if you can't, benefit from some of the these new improvements. So first of all, we shipped the migration build in 3.1. That can help eligible projects incrementally migrate to Vue 3. Typically, what we found is you should be able to migrate to Vue 3 via migration build unless you have some hard dependencies that are irreplaceable but also rely on internal Vue 2 behavior. Now, library authors. Our recommendation for library authors is to write most of your logic using composition API, and then you can target both Vue 2 and Vue 3 via the Vue Demi utility. It automatically detects the right version of Vue and then aliases your APIs to the right version. Vue 2 users can also enjoy the speed of Vite via Vite plugging Vue 2. And you can even start using script setup with Vue 2 via unplugging script setup Vue 2. Now, both these plugins are authored by core team members. We also haven't forgot about 2.7. So the main thing that we want to do in 2.7 is to backport composition API back into Vue 2 so that Vue 2 users no longer need to use an external package in order to use composition API. This is planned for Q1 2022. Last but not least, we're working on a complete overhaul of Vue.js.org. I wish we had done this sooner, but I am very, very excited for this iteration because it brings about so many improvements. As you can see, there will be brand new designs with dark mode. The site is completely rebuilt on VitePress. VitePress is the successor to VuePress, which is now built on top of Vue 3 and Vite. It can statically generate the site from Vue and Markdown. The new docs will contain updated recommendations and best practices. There are very scattered information about what is the best option to use, what you should use, how you should set up a project for Vue 3, right? It's kind of all over the place in the current docs and of all the information that's being around. So the new docs will consolidate all of them, and there will be the de facto recommendation. And you can go there, you can find what is the best way to do things. And we have also restructured the learning paths, right? So we divide the new content into 3 major parts: the guide, the examples, and the tutorial. So the guide will have many rewritten parts to update to reflect the latest best practices. And more importantly, the guide will be written in a way that it has the same flow, the same concepts, but you can toggle between Options API and Composition API to see how they compare, or just stick to the API that you prefer during the learning process. All the examples will also be available in both API styles, and there are many new examples as well. There will be rewritten introduction and framework overview, Q&A page, and a brand new tutorial for hands-on learning. So as I have mentioned, the switch from Vue 2 to Vue 3 is right around the corner. It will happen as soon as the new docs are ready, and that will be very soon. After that, Vue.js.org will default to the new docs for Vue 3. npm disk tags for Vue and other core libraries will all point to Vue 3 versions by default. The GitHub repos will still be kept separate. This is mainly because we want to preserve the issue links, since they are an important resource for users searching from Google and trying to find answers to past issues. So We will keep the repo separate. Instead, we will rename the Vue Next repo to Vue.js/core. And that's it. I can't wait to show you the new Vue.js.org once it's done. And I hope you're as excited as I am. So, thank you very much.
Hey, now it's time for Q&A with Evan. There is still a little bit of time to get questions in, so if you haven't, do that now. Okay, Evan, first question is a personal one. How has the move to Singapore been? Oh, sorry.
I'm still...
Apparently, I'm supposed to look at the Slido results first, so we'll get to how Singapore has been in a second. So let's take a look at what people are using today. Apparently, vast majority are still using Vue 2, but are planning to migrate to Vue 3. So 57% of you said that. A lucky 30% of you are already just using Vue 3, and 13% are happy with Vue 2. Is that surprising at all?
Not really. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm glad to see so many people are planning to migrate to Vue 3 though. Yeah, but also I totally think it's for some projects, like if it's been working well, it's stable. For certain type of projects, you don't really need to upgrade because sometimes you always have to consider the cost versus the benefits, right? Specifically for a scenario, like if it's a legacy project, you don't have a lot of bandwidth, right? In many ways, upgrading it may not result in any major difference from the user's perspective, but it's gonna cost you a lot of time. So in those cases, I think it totally makes sense to just stay on whatever version that works for you. Yeah, and 30% already on Vue 3 is great. Hopefully more new projects will also start in Vue 3 with all the things I mentioned in the talk. I think I still heard some people concerned about IE11, but I'm very optimistic that it's going to die sooner than we think.
Fingers crossed. Okay, right. So back to the first question. How has the move to Singapore been?
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah, we are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
You enjoyed the Vue, sorry, puns, enjoyed Evan's talk over at Slido.
Awesome. Before we continue with today's program, we have a word from our sponsors. One of our gold sponsors, StackHawk, helps developers find security vulnerabilities in JavaScript apps, including their APIs. Using their platform, you can run application security tests with every pull request that you make. Visit stackhawk.com to learn more. And another one of our gold sponsors is Ionic. Ionic helps to build cross-platform apps with web technologies like HTML and CSS, JavaScript, and of course, Vue. Use native device APIs with Ionic and deploy web, iOS, Android, and desktop apps from one single code base. All right, after that, it's up for our next speaker, Alex Chopin. Alex is a self-learner and passionate about web development since the age of 15. Alex has a strong background in front-end development, especially with Vue.js and the Jamstack. And in Welcome to Nuxt 3, Alex will go through a Nuxt.js codebase refactor and talk about the challenges implementing Vue 3, Vite, and other packages. But before Alex takes the stage, let's see the question that he prepared for us. So going over to Slido and using the 2010 tag or code, what project are you building with Nuxt.js? Is that one, a web application, so a software as a service, a platform, etc. Two, a modern website, so documentation or e-commerce or a blog, or three, both. So we would love to hear from you, and we'll talk about the results when Alex is done with his talk. Don't forget to ask questions on Discord in the community track Q&A channel. Let's give Alex a warm welcome and a big round of applause in the community track Q&A channel as well. Want to see those emoji applauses. And Alex, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, today I'm excited to talk about Nuxt 3 and its journey. It has been a long development process. There have been so much going on and so many improvements to the framework. And today I will do my best to explain what we have done with the team for almost 2 years now. So let's talk about the journey and the first commit to Nuxt 3. We start from scratch in July 2020. We decide to go with TypeScript for the rewrites. And obviously, as most of you are using Webpack with Nuxt 2, we put a lot of effort to have the Webpack 5 support. In September, we start to create the most famous features in Nuxt, which is the page routing, which is based on the file system. And in October, we also worked a lot to get Vue 3 support with the bundle renderer. Moving forward with November and Nuxt Nitro. You might have heard about it, and I will explain a little bit more in this talk. In January of this year, we start to work on Byte support. In February, we make Nitro works on major serverless platform, which is a huge, huge win for us. And by the way, with all this work we have made, we create this new organization on GitHub called NGS for Universal JavaScript in March. Also in March, we start to work on Nuxt, Kite, and Nuxt CLI. In May, we decide to put these famous features, the file system routing on page, optional, that's going to bring you a new experience to create Nuxt project by creating landing page without any routing support. In June, we start to work on the layout support. In July, we put EmacScript support. In August, the global imports, Otto global imports. And in September, we start to work on Nuxt Bridge. And we finally got last month the support for builds built in production. That means in more than 400 days and more than 300 pull requests and about more 700 commits and 200 issues, we have updated a lot about Nuxt 3 and its vision. In addition to that, we create over 14 repositories on the new organization called NGS. So Nuxt 3 comes with a new engine called Nuxt Nitro. So let's start with Nuxt Nitro because that's we bring Nuxt to the future. Let's first of all talk about the outputs. The output directory is super important for us, and we want to highly optimize this directory because that's bring a lot of capacity to Nuxt. This output is by default cross-platform. That means you can host it on Node, like you do for Nuxt 2, but also on Dino and Workers, like you can have on Cloudflare Workers, for example. We made a huge improvements on the cold start performance. And like you used to do on Nuxt, for the client-side routes, we get the API routes right now with module replacements. But also, an isomorphic fetch. So the highly optimized outputs is a key for us, because right now, when you want to create a modern website, you need to handle multiple performances and packages. We track dependencies for Node.js. We also do the code splitting, but on the server bundle. That means that the server bundle size now is under 1 megabyte and bring us to a call start, which is 75 to 100 faster than before. So the cross-platform outputs that bring us to another level, not only on Node.js environments. We auto-mocking, of course, Node.js package for worker supports. We got an ultra lightweight Poly5 for Node.js built-in. By default, because we like optimization, we got an auto detection platform. We are able to render right now your Nuxt.js website on browser service worker. It's still experimental, but we're counting on you as a community to improve this innovation. With this innovation, right now, you can deploy the Nuxt projects everywhere. That means we are targeting the serverless space and the hybrid rendering on the Jamstack. So that was a huge work we made since 2 years on the server part of Nuxt, which is Nuxt Nitro. But it's not only for Nuxt 2, it's also for Nuxt 3, it's also for Nuxt 2. And all these Nuxt 3 improvements, we want to bring it to our current users that are using Nuxt 2 to have a better transition for the future. And that's this package called Nuxt Bridge, which is a bridge between Vue 2 and Nuxt 2, obviously, and Vue 3 and Nuxt 3. So Nuxt Bridge will obviously bring with it its Nitro engine to enhance your performances and get the serverless support. That means right now, you can start to upgrade your projects to go with Nuxt 3 and Vue 3. In Nuxt Bridge, we also got the ECMAScript supports, ESM supports, with no more module.export on the syntax. We got a built-in Type-C support by default, and a brand new Nuxt 3 composition API with an import port. Thanks to Evanu, we get also the great byte performances inside Nuxt Bridge. So you don't need to stick with Webpack or Bits. You can simply toggle which one you want to pick up for your project. So to recap with Nuxt 3, it's going to be lighter. Nuxt 3 will provide up to 5 times smaller modern client bundle and 100 times smaller deployment bundle. It's going to be faster, obviously, with an optimized code starts with dynamic server-side rendering code splitting. In Nuxt 2, you used to choose between server-side rendering or static site generation. But with Nuxt Bridge and Nuxt 3, you will go hybrid. Hybrid means you can have an incremental static generation and more capabilities. Vue 3 brings with great innovation, and one of them is the suspense. Suspense fetch data not only in your page components, but in every component. That's bring more flexibilities and more capabilities to your project right now. Vue 3 comes also with the composition API, which is a great experience and improvement to reuse the features and functionality inside your projects. We go also with a brand new Nuxt CLI to improve the scaffolding and bootstrap your next projects. We want also to improve our developer experience. And we work hardly to give you a Nuxt dev tools and bring you a better experience to work faster with a better error message, infos, and quick fix right into your browser. Nuxt Kits, I mentioned it, everyone loves the modular of Nuxt and this module ecosystem. That's bring your project to another level by being able to connect to any API or services. Nuxt Kits gives you the power to transition between Nuxt 2 and Nuxt 3 with ease. As I mentioned, we're going to support Webpack 5, which is faster than before and really optimized. And as a convention for us, you don't need to configure it at all. We're going to also support Bytes, which is still in early stage for us in beta, but we believe in the work made by Evan and want to move forward in this direction. Obviously, as everyone was waiting for that, the support of Vue 3. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, Nuxt 3 is rewritten in TypeScript, so we're going to have the TypeScript by default support. So that was a huge work on Nuxt 3. But in the meantime, we continue to work on Nuxt 2, and we didn't abandon it. We're going to continue to work on it because we don't give up. So on Nuxt 2, we have made over 23 releases, closed 1,000 of issues, and merged a lot of pull requests. We bring also some innovation for you, like a faster static generation. The Nuxt image modules and Nuxt image based on IPX is a great innovation. You can see a lot of examples right now, but I recommend you to move to Nuxt image if you don't have it yet. And I cannot mention all the innovation and all the release made by the great contributors we get on our community, and I want to take time to thank all of you for your contribution. Next mission. Our mission is super simple. We want to help you to create your projects and work with your team faster and better. We know that front-end development can be hard sometimes, and you get a lot to learn, lots of tools, and it cannot be better than working as a team and a community to move the web forward. And right now, because of that, we have reached over 1.7 million downloads monthly in September, over 38K stars on GitHub. And this stat is tricky, but for what we can track on the internet, we get over 200K live websites publicly. And our websites get over 500K unique visitors every month. Thank you so much. And for this occasion, we have also worked on the brand new websites. It looks fancy, isn't it? This website is bring by Nuxt Lab, the company behind Nuxt, that is working hardly to push forward with modern website creation. It has been made with a brand new technology called Docus, but no spoiler. I just recommend you to check out our GitHub repository on github/next/nextjs.org. I'm Alexandre Chopin, COO at Nuxt Lab and co-founder of Next.js. You can follow me on Twitter at IamNuxt. And if you want more information about our company and what we are working on, I recommend you to go on a brand new website called Nuxt Labs. You can see our project and some story about why we create Nuxt, how it will impact your development, but also some new projects we have created, like Vue Telescope, which is a tool for the Vue community that's help you to crawl the web and list all the websites made with Vue and its technology, like Vuetify, Quasar framework, Nuxt.js, obviously. And don't hesitate to discover Docus, the brand new technology that's helped us to migrate our new websites. You can find, obviously, this website on our GitHub organization. It's open source because we love open source. Thank you for your attention.
Awesome. Thank you for your talk, Alex. And before we get to the Q&A part, let's have a look at the answers to the question that you asked our attendees. The question was, what kind of projects are you building with Nuxt.js? It seems like people are using Nuxt.js to build, well, just about everything. Are you surprised at all?
Not at all. But this question seems useless now.
Awesome. Well, so that's a very positive thing, right? Awesome. Let's have a look at some of the questions that people asked. Someone asks, I haven't used Nuxt yet, but I'm curious.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
So please go to Slido also to rate Alex's talk. Use the 2010 code. Sharing your feedback helps him and all of the other presenters improve their talks. All right, it seems like we have a little bit of time to chat, you and I. Get to know each other a little bit better.
Okay, so for those of you who have not been able to see what Flora is doing during the talks, she has been knitting. So I think we should see what she is knitting.
It's a scarf actually for my little nephew. So like the weather starts getting a little bit worse here, I guess, depending on what kind of season you like best. I actually love this type of weather. I burn really easily. I mean, I've been on holiday in Scotland in March once and came back with the sunburn. So I actually love autumn. Since I picked up knitting during the pandemic, I have a wish list for my family of the kinds of stuff that they want to have. So it's a lot of knitting scarves these days.
It's the only thing I know how to knit, because patterns are too difficult. When I knit, I just want to do it for relaxation. I just want the repetitive action. So I just want to keep going. Don't want to have to think about the number of stitches.
Yeah, right. No counting, or not too much, at least. I picked it up actually, at the beginning of the pandemic, I guess, because all of the meetings were also virtual. And I mean, I've been working in virtual teams or remote teams a lot, but then there were a lot of these meetings where I didn't necessarily need to present something, but I sort of needed to pay attention. And it's really easy when you're in such a virtual meeting to then sort of wander off and start answering emails, and then your mind is occupied, right? Like you're multitasking anyway, and turns out I'm not so great at multitasking. So I picked up knitting just to keep my hands sort of busy and feel productive while sitting in meetings where I don't necessarily need to say something smart.
That was actually how I picked up knitting in high school, to help me pay attention in class because I have ADHD. And life hack, if you have ADHD, keeping your hands busy is super helpful to keep your mind actually focused. It's kind of counterintuitive, but it somehow works.
That is funny. Did you pick up any other hobbies during this, or habits during working remotely in pandemic time, which I think is very different from just working remotely, by the way?
Sometimes I'll just doodle to help me keep focused. Because sometimes you're there really more to just absorb the information, and I find it much easier to do that when I'm being kept busy by other things. Because I, like you, if I start doing something else, I'm like, oh no, I have no idea what's going on in this meeting.
Yeah.
I hope they don't ask me anything.
Awesome. Yeah. Anyway, if there's any other people that have similar habits, or picked up knitting or cross stitching or crocheting or any of that stuff, definitely share your picture with us using the Vue.js Live hashtag. Maybe you'll be one of the lucky winners of these swag packs that we've been promoting.
And now, a word from our sponsors. Our next gold sponsor is TideLift. TideLift helps organizations manage the open source behind modern applications, and also helps maintainers get paid, because everyone likes getting paid. And another gold sponsor is Sentry. If you want to know what's happening with your code, track errors, and monitor performance with Sentry. Sentry's application monitoring platform helps developers see what actually matters, solve issues quicker, and learn continuously about their applications from the front end to the back end. Get started by visiting sentry.io today. I'm just going to say I use it, and it's great. Our next speaker is Eduardo San Martin Morote. I told him I wouldn't try to roll my R's, and because it would embarrass everyone. So I didn't. Yay. Eduardo is a front-end nerd who works on the Vue.js core team with a particular focus on its official router. In his talk, Everything Beyond State Management in Stores with Pinia, you'll dive into everything about Pinia with practical examples about plugins and dev tools to get the most out of your stores. But first, let's see the question from Eduardo. This is, I guess, more of a trivia. What is Pinia actually named after? Is it the Pina Colada song, a fun fact about fruits, a manga about pineapple gangster, or actually just the fruit? All right, and so without further ado, don't forget to ask your questions in the community chat Q&A channel. And now let's give Eduardo a big virtual round of applause. Eduardo, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Eduardo. I live in Paris. I'm a front-end developer and also a member of the Vue.js core team. I'm the author of its router and also a small library called Pinia, which is an alternative to Vuex, a store library as well, that I'm going to talk about today. And what I want to talk to you about is not only Pinia, but what is beyond state management, what matters in state management more than the state itself. But first, before even diving into Pinia or anything else, what is state management? It's just having a global object that you change with a few functions, just like that, global state, have the user, then you have a function logging that allows you to change the state. Is this state management? Some people will tell you that it is. And to be honest, it pretty much is, especially if you just add a reactive function call around that object. Well, you have a completely valid global state solution working for your Vue 3 or Vue 2 application. And this is still state management. And some people will tell you, but state management is something you have and you create when you have bigger apps or medium to big apps, or when you know your application is going to grow and is going to need that complexity in the future. But this is pretty much a lie. You don't need to have a complex application to need or consider using a state management solution or a store. That what defines if you should or not use a state management solution is how the store is used inside of your application. For example, is your state used in many different places in pages, or does your state outlives pages? Do you need your state when you go from one page to another? Maybe your application only has 3 pages, but you require that state to outlives all the pages. And in that scenario, you need a state management. And then the next question that comes to my mind is, should I stop having that bare bones reactive global state management solution, or should I use a store? And the truth is, there is a very small step to use a store. You just need using define store with Pinia or Vuex5, and you can pretty much keep the same things that you were having. The state is going to be in a vertical state. Then you're going to have the global state variable is going to become this. So this.user equals something. So the change is very simple. And the cost in terms of size is also very small. It's like 1.5 kilobytes for Pinia. But of course, it comes with many other things, right? So do you really need a store? What makes you change your mind? What makes you go from, okay, I'm going to stop using my bare bones solution and start using a store? And there are a few reasons that will make you go that direction. The main reason is server-side rendering is definitely so much easier to handle with a store like Pinia or Vuex. But there are many more. So you also have state outliving components. This is pretty much, it comes out of the box for the state management solutions as well, but depending on how and where you want to instantiate the global state, is not something that always comes in. And then you have the centralized state shared by many components. So if you create one single global state, that's not going to scale forever. If you keep adding things, new functions, new properties to your state, at some point that state and that file is going to get bigger. You can split in multiple files as well, but you're going to make your object grow in complexity way too much. And that's going to create all the problems if you watch the state or do any other complicated stuff. Then you also have the better developer experience. So if you are using a global object, you cannot inspect, change that state within the dev tool somewhere. You have to do it manually through the component inspector. You cannot, you don't have anything in the timeline. You don't know where the changes to the state, comes from. So if you want to keep your state while you are changing the store or your state management solution, It's going to reload the page by default. You will have to handle hot module replacement yourself. Then if you want to test or unit test your components, you are going to need to mock your state management solution or test it twice. So have tests for your state management and also tests that rely on the behavior, the current behavior of the store in the component. And then if you want to handle local storage or undo redo or any other functionality that is more generic and that applies to any store, any state management solution, you're going to have to implement that by yourself. Whereas if you have a store, all these things come out of the box. You don't need to do anything. So this is why I want to talk to you a bit about how do we achieve these things and what are these things that exist when you use a store like Pinia, and make you consider using one. So first of all, what is Pinia? If you take this main.js file, .ts file that you have in your project, you will see that you have this app, create app. And to add Pinia, you only need to import these create Pinia from Pinia, and then create what you call a Pinia and use it. And this, it's a very important part of using Pinia, because that object that you have is the registry of all the store, the centralized state. That means that when you create the Pinia, there is a state property on that object that is pretty much an empty reactive object. And later on, whenever you call use store for the first time, that store is going to be created and its state is going to get added dynamically to that empty object that we created. And the same happens with any other store that we call after that, okay? So that Pinia state is going to grow as the application, as the user keeps using the application as you need. And having this centralized state has been a core concept since Pinia at the very beginning, which was about 2 years ago already. And that was even 1 month before Vue 3 even got released for the first time. So it means that when Pinia existed, the first time first version of Pinia was only compatible with Vue 2 because there was no Vue 3 or whatever. And at that time, things were very different from now. I was calling internal functions of the DevTools, V5. So that was pretty much just hacking around the non-public API of the DevTools. So I could display limitations and the state in the DevTools where Vuex was supposed to display its information. I will have to duplicate getters and actions every time you call use store. So that will create a larger memory footprint and also worse performance when it comes to computer properties. There was no extensibility whatsoever. There was no plugin interface at all. And there was only an option-based API. Today, with Pinia Vue 2, we have support for Vue 2 and Vue 3. We have two different syntax we can use. We have the option API and we have the setup syntax, which we're going to see later. And we have a very advanced DevTools support for the version 6. So we have a timeline. We can inspect per component. We can inspect all the stores. We can modify them. We have hot module replacement with a very simple one-liner for your stores. We have a testing module that allows you to pretty much create a testing Pinia that mocks any store that is used by your components without you having to change anything in your components. You have a Nuxt module that works for Nuxt 2 and Nuxt 3, and you have type-safe extensibility with plugins, which I won't dive into, but basically you can add any option to your stores and then add properties to the store, and they can be typed safely, and you can use the ID of the store, the state of the store, the actions, anything you want. It's pretty powerful. And another thing about Pinia, at this state, that is important to mention is that the core API, the way you define stores, is the same as Vuex5. So Vuex5 came after Pinia, and it has influenced a lot the process and the API of Vuex5. And I keep a very close eye because I participated a lot in this discussion. So I make sure that anything that gets added to Vuex5, it's added to Pinia in a way that it's very easy in the future to change from one to the other, especially for the core of it. And the main changes of Vuex 5 and Pinia compared to Vuex 4, and the thing that most people will notice, is that we no longer have mutations. Overall, we have a much less verbose version of the stores. The mutations completely disappear. So you have instead the state, and then you can mutate the state directly on the store. But that's not the only way, at least for Pinia, to modify the state. We can also use a function, patch, that allows us to pass a partial object, a patch object that we apply to the store. And we can also pass a function so we can modify the state directly. This is useful when we are interacting with collections like sets, maps, or arrays. Then we have the one-liner hold modular replacement, as I was saying before, and which is pretty much just a line you copy every time on the stores, and you forget about it. And then you have the plugins. So the plugins in Pinia, I try to make them, to give them as much power as possible. As a matter of fact, the DevTools, the plugin, the DevTools implementation for Pinia is a Pinia plugin. And you can do many things. The plugins for Pinia are just functions, and they receive the application, the Pinia instance, the store, and its options, the options with which the store was defined. And usually you do three different possible things. You can either call a subscribe function that is going to trigger every time you mutate the state of your store, but it also accounts for patches. So if you do a patch with a function or with an object, it's only going to trigger one, differently from a watch. Then we have an action, which triggers before an action executes and allows you to control the outcome, and if there is an error or if it succeeds, you can do all the things. And then the most simple but yet so powerful functionality is to return an object on the plugins. And these objects that you return in the plugins are going to get merged into the store. So this allows you to override or add new properties to every single store. You can also filter by ID if you want. You can also read from the options. You can do many things. And this is a very simple example, is that you can just add the router to every single store. And then in the actions, you can just call these .router, and that's it. You get the router, you can push, you can replace, you can check the current route if you want. But one of my favorite ones is the onAction. The onAction looks very simple, and it is very simple for a lot of cases, but it's very powerful. So this is what is used by the DevTools behind the scenes to display the timeline, which we're going to see just in a moment. But for example, this is the code you need to send errors from your actions to a reporting service like Sentry or anything. So you just call an action, and then on error, you get the error and you set the errors with the name of the action that failed. You can also send the store ID, which I forgot to put there, and then the arguments that were passed. And I want to show you, there is much more like the Nuxt plugin and the Pinia testing module that I want to show you, but I want you to give you a taste of using Pinia, what it looks like with all these functionalities. So let me show you. Okay. So I have a server running. All right. So I have a Vite server running here with my application, and I have one page, a very simple page where I have counter demo, and this is just, as you can see. There we go. So we have this up and running. The demo counter, I have a use counter that I'm importing from this file right here, and I'm just using the counter, and I'm directly calling counter.n++, and I'm displaying the whole state of the counter. And so on the demo counter, what I have is just a defined store. I have my initial state here, and I have the hot module replacement snippet of code. And what I want to show you is here I can increment the state, but I can also add new properties. Okay, and if I add a new property, it will appear. It will leave the old state, but it will add itself to the state of the store. And if we remove it, it's going to disappear from the state as well. So of course this works with everything else, the getters, the actions. And I want to show you a little bit of the dev tools that we have and how cool it is to work with a store and debug your applications thanks to the dev tools. So here I have an increment. I can increment my state, and if I open the DevTools here, I can inspect the counter, and I can see here that I have my state. I can increment it. I can change it if I want. Okay, and here I have a timeline, and if I go down, I can see that I have Pinia, and if I increment, I can see small dots, yellow dots, and if I select them, let it go, we can see 3 different dots that we have, which are here, and what I'm doing. So here, notation goes from 102 to 103 on the key N, which is the counter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an action here. I'm going to add an action that is going to decrement the decrease until it gets to 0. This is going to be an async action, and I'm going to do while this.n is bigger than 0, and it's going to decrement, and then I'm going to await a small delay of time of 200 milliseconds. So that's it. That is the action. It's very simple. Now what I'm going to do is add a button here. I'm going to call counter dot decrease to 0, and we have auto completion as well. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, decrease to 0. We'll just change the text a little bit. All right, so here we're just doing 200 because it's faster than waiting 1 second. And what we want to see is how the changes of n can be inspected one by one in the DevTools. So here, I'll just show you the timeline. We're going to clear. I'm going to decrease to 0. And as you can see here, they start appearing. You can see how n start decreasing. And what's interesting, I can also call increment, and they appear right under. And I can also have multiple actions running in parallel, as you can see, until n gets to 0. And then we can inspect the actions and inspect all the notations by group. So here, if I switch to group, I can see that this action here, we have a total of 74 events, and it took 14 seconds, sorry, to finish. The other ones are a bit shorter, so they have less events and they took less long. And every time you can see the new value and the old value. So that's pretty cool. And what's interesting is we can also go to the state management here, get to the actual state, so we can see all the state. We can change them from there. And we can do that while the action is happening. We can modify that anytime. So here, if I modify the value and I go to 50, you can see that it changed right away here. We don't need to do anything else. And in the timeline, we have the events happening at the same time, and they get logged in. Furthermore, if we want to do, we want to group multiple modifications. Let's say we want to count how many times how many times we decreased n. So this means that decrease times increments. So it appears here, we can increment a few times, we decrease to 0. And now if I check the DevTools, I can see that I have more notations. I have one for changing n here, and one for changing decrease times, which has a type, by the way. Let me see type. There we go. So one thing I can do instead is using the path function, for example. So we do this as state. Oops. And then here we can do what we wanted. And this will group the modification. So here, let's increment a few times and decrement. Now we go check this and we can see that we have less events. We can inspect and see the old values and the new values, 5 and 0 for n. That was the last one. Oh, the first one, so we got 5 and 4. There we go. And one thing that is very interesting and a lot of people don't know is that inside of state, we can call any composable function that we have. We can call watch, we can call computed, ref, anything we want. So if I want to save the state to the local storage, I can just use the ucore function, use local storage, and I can just replace use local storage counter demo.n, and I can give it an initial value of 0. So I can use that. I'm going to reload the page because I just changed the nature of these state properties, so I need to probably reload the page. We have a 0. If we increment here and I reload the page, we can see that the 8 is the same. It hasn't changed, and everything else works the same. So very simple yet so powerful. You can use any composition API right from here, and anything else works the same, right? It's just a state, so you can still inspect it here, you can still change it, and it will adapt. Right, good. All right, so this is the option version of store. And so you have a state, you have the actions, you have the getters as well, and you can add all the properties to the options if you want. For example, you can add the bounce option that allows you to define which actions you want to bounce. But there is another version of the syntax that we can use, and that's the setup syntax. So the setup syntax, I have a different example for that. It's a bit longer. I cannot go through the whole thing. But instead of having an object like we have here, we have a function. This function is the same as the setup function on component. And you just create the same as in a component, refs, computed, functions. You use your composables the way you want. For example, this is a use cache request, so it's similar to a stale while we validate. It caches the first time, and it still does the request in the background. So a very, very simple one. And then we have a few functions, and we can even do watchers. So that's pretty cool too. Here, for example, if I go to I navigate a few times, I get a few images, and then when I go back, I can see that I get the image right away, and in the background is doing a call of the network anyway. And here you can see that these store appear. We still have the demo counter, which hasn't changed, but as soon as we got into this page, we got access to these new store. As you can see here, we can see how it changes from one day to the other. We can also have the errors, by the way, which I didn't show, but I don't think I have it implemented here to show you. We can see the errors in the timeline also, and we can inspect them right away in the DevTools, which is pretty cool. We can log them as well, so we don't even need to add console logs anywhere, because we can do that on demand through the DevTools. So you can only focus on adding just debugger or breakpoints once you want to debug that, but you can just console log from the DevTools anything you want. Usually have, just to show you, even though here it doesn't, the error is not very important, but here you can log it to the console, and so that gives you access to the actual error, where it comes from. So that's it. That's everything I wanted to show you for the demo. I want to finish by saying thank you to the sponsors I have on GitHub, sponsors who allow me to work most of the time on open source. So if you like what I do on the router, on the UX system, on Pinia, whatever, please consider supporting me, especially if you're a company. And there are nice perks, by the way, in doing that. And I also want to thank you for listening to me. I hope you learned something and that you're going to give Pinia a try soon.
All right, that was awesome. Let's have Eduardo now join us for Q&A. But first, let's look at the results from the poll. Now, since this one there was a technically correct answer to this. Was that right?
Yeah, there is one correct answer.
And which one was the correct answer?
So the correct answer is the least voted one. It's a fun fact about fruits, more specifically the pineapple fruit. The other ones were a trap. The manga was clearly a big trap. I don't even know any pineapple cancer manga, but I thought that was funny.
I wanted to vote for that just because it sounded fun. Okay, so what's the fun fact?
So it's written in the docs. A pineapple is actually a multi-fruit, so it flourishes as multiple flowers, and then you have multiple fruits going out of the flowers, and then they fusion together to become one big fruit, which is the pineapple. So this is pretty much like stores. You create stores individually, and at the end they gather together into one big centralized store, which is Pinia, basically.
Very cool. Okay. I guess it's time to ask questions. The first question comes from Organized Chaos.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
You can let us know how amazing Eduardo's talk was by going to Slido and filling out the poll there. And in the meantime, do not forget that you should be tweeting with the hashtag Vue.js Live if you want to be entered into the raffle. But up next is a break before the panel discussion. Yay! So go get snacks.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Let's creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires. desire, set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
And we're back. People, please do not forget to join our discussion rooms on spatial.chat. Next discussions coming up is, for instance, Vue.js versus Nuxt.js with Constantin Biffer, Alex Chopin, and Anthony Fu. And then right after that, there will be a discussion on Vue and GraphQL with Natalia Tepluhina. Before we move to our panel discussion, we want to do a quick shout out to our media partners. MeduDev is a Spanish content creator focusing on web development. He streams regularly on Twitch and creates videos on YouTube as well. Then there's CodeStacker, who creates tutorials about web development, including coding languages such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, of course, Python, and PHP. There's Leonidas Esteban, who is a Google developer expert in web technologies, CSS, and a self-proclaimed JavaScript nerd, a front-end mentor, and a teacher of 50K plus students, which, I don't know, is amazing to me. I tend to a class of 37-year-olds every Tuesday, and afterwards I am completely exhausted. So honestly, I'm impressed. Anyway, this is not about me. Next media partner up is Vue School, provides video courses and tutorials on Vue.js and related technologies such as Nuxt.js, Vuex testing, and others, including a supercharged Vue 3 masterclass where you can learn Vue by building an app from scratch. And last but not least, Vue Mastery, which is the ultimate learning resource for Vue.js developers with a growing collection of courses taught by Vue experts, such as Evan and other core team members. Now on to our panel discussion. The title of the panel discussion is State Management, and we'll see the following three beautiful persons joining this panel, starting with Eduardo San Martin Morote, based in France and a member of the Vue.js core team and contributing to the ecosystem since like 2015. No big deal. Then there is Kia, based in Japan, a Vue.js core team member focusing on Vuex and VitePress, and author of Vuex ORM and director at Global Brain. Again, no big deal. Then there is Vanessa Otto, who's based in Germany, who's a lead front end at Zavy.io, a host of the following podcast, Expect Exception, Working Draft, and Ausbaufähig, also program committee for JS Congress. Vanessa will be running the panel as well. So Vanessa, over to you.
Thank you. So, hi. First of all, hi, I'm Vanessa. In comparison to those beautiful people next to me, this direction, I think, I'm not a Vue.js core member. I'm also not really into open source, I'm very sorry, but I started my journey with Vue.js in 2017 and have loved it ever since, I guess how most of the people here in the conference. And one of my key experiences was as I added Vuex, as I finally added Vuex, that I was so being afraid to use it beforehand because I thought, oh, state management store sounds complicated. And I think I did a lot of very complicated things before I just did the simple thing of adding Vuex. Before we hop into the discussions, I want to say hi to Kia and Eduardo. And starting maybe Kia with you, you can quickly introduce yourself and say hello to everybody.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Hello, everybody. I'm Kia. I'm I'm a Vue.js core team member and I'm so excited to be here. So I'm hoping to have so much fun. Yeah, I hope you too.
Okay, and hello, Eduardo.
Hello. Well, I think you just did the talk before, but
yes, you just introduced yourself before. So for everybody who missed it, watch a recording of the awesome talk of Eduardo beforehand. And Eduardo, so I would have my first question to you. Before we get into the detailed question, I thought we start with the complicated question of them all. What is state management?
State management is a strategy you use to deal with a state that is outside of components in your application. That's the big lines.
Clue is in the title.
So everything that doesn't belong in a component, everything that goes beyond the component life, everything that it doesn't have to be. There is no rule about the features or the business the logic belong to, but it's about specific state that cannot be in one component. It has to be outside. So you need something to manage it. You need a way to strategy to manage that state, interact with it, read, write, etc.
Would you then say that state is always something that is global, or can there also be a local state?
There is a local state. Yeah. Components have local state. Right.
Makes sense. Okay, and since there is now Vue 3, if I think of Vue 2, I think state management, store, Vuex. Has something changed? And I know we saw the talk of before about Pinia, but has something changed in general since we have Vue 3 when it comes to state management in Vue?
who should answer this?
Kia.
Okay. So in terms of state management, if we include Vue 3 inside the state management, there's a new composition API. So this composition API, and more specifically, the Vue 3 has this new reactivity package. And actually, you can use this package outside of Vue. And this provides a basic Vue reactive system. And it does pretty much the same thing that you used to do in Vue 2. In Vue 2, you had options API, you define like data property, and it becomes reactive. But now you can import reactivity package independent from the Vue, and you can define many kinds of reactive object like ref, reactive, computed, and such. So that's one big new thing on the Vue. In terms of Vuex, actually there is a Vuex version 4, which is compatible with version 3, Vue 3, but it hasn't changed anything. Just a slightly difference between Vue 2 version is the installation logic, I think, but other things stays quite the same. So in terms of Vuex at the moment right now, there's no big difference from the Vue 2. In other words, you can migrate Vuex 3 to Vuex 4 pretty easily. You can just straightforward. But in terms of what coming next is Pinia. It's currently created by Eduardo, and that's the new thing. And also Vuex 5. These two share the very same thing, but this is the new thing coming to the Vue 3 as a global state management tool.
All right. We now said, I think, Pinia already 10 times, and I will ask the question for everybody who hasn't seen the talk beforehand to say in 1 or 2, 3, 5 sentences what it actually is. But what I would like to know, so in Vue 2, there was just Vuex for me as the go-to method to have state management. I tried, as I said in the beginning, some weird things beforehand. Like I actually tried to misuse the root element of Vue to add global variables there until I found out that, oh, this is not reactive. And I did a lot of prop drilling in the beginning. So there's things where you have props from grandparent to grandchildren, and then embed everything up again until I realized, oh no, this way works way better with Vuex. But when I start now a completely new project with Vue 3, would you go immediately for Vuex, maybe for Pinia, which we'll talk about, or is there also are there new techniques we don't know about yet? Kia.
Well, at the moment, if you can, I think you should start with Pinia, and when you need a store, because that's the future Vuex, or that's the direction where Vue is going. But also, why I recommend Pinia is that it's very simple, and I think it's the simplest form of global store that Vue provides. And with all the like server-side rendering support and DevTools support and everything out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying other state management tool is bad options or not suited for Vue, but it's just other state management usually is much more complicated, even like Vuex 4. So maybe the difficulty level is Pinia, Vuex 4, and X state and other stuff. Right? So I think for the first step, I think people should reach out to Pinia. And if they need more like powerful, or I should say more opinionated state management system, then they can go reach out. If they want Flux architecture, you can use Vuex 4. If you need more like state machine kind of state management, you go to X state or robots.js. So I think the first choice should be Vue Pinia, and hopefully in the future, maybe Vuex 5, I don't know. But if you go with Pinia, I think you're on the right path.
That's a great answer. Okay, so we stop dancing around the word. Eduardo, what is Pinia?
Pinia is a store alternative. So it's a library for Vue. It's like Vuex, it's a store library. It's not Flux. It's much more simpler. It's even less opinionated than Vuex, which is already not, Vuex 4 and below. And it was initially an experiment that was 2 years ago. to have something, so a store that has an API that works with TypeScript out of the box using the composition API. So it started as something for Vue 2, and today it works with both Vue 2 and Vue 3. And it was my vision of how to have a state management solution that can scale, but it can scale up. So it can be used for applications that grow because you can have all different stores, but it can also scale down in the way that, as Kia says, it's simple. It's very simple. So you can really put it in a small application and you don't get a big overhead about it. I would even go further than Kia and say that you can even start by not using anything. Just by using if you don't have server-side rendering, then you can just use a reactive object and some functions and split, as you were saying, the reactivity package. I mean, you don't import from the Vue activity, you import from Vue if you're in a Vue application. So Pinia is a store library for Vue 2 and Vue 3 with a focus on development experience. So now that it has the API for defining stores is the same for Vuex5, or at least the RFC, we are pretty much aligned. Like I think maybe the name, the key ID, because we're passing it as a first parameter, everything is the same. Like you could copy paste the code and have the same, just change the import and it will work. And then there are differences with Vuex5 is the plugin architecture, the hot module replacement, but probably Vuex5 will have the same. And then the testing. But I think that it would be very easy to keep something compatible, at least for the testing. The plugins, I think we need to go through an RFC. And then I will adapt Pinia so that at some point, either Pinia offers something on top of Vuex, either it becomes Vuex, so it doesn't has to be maintained anymore.
So for very small applications, so I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I'm using Vue.js without server-side rendering. I kind of use it as the modern jQuery at some points. I'd like to have just this plain reactive property that I use and shares local and global state with it through different components. What I thought about as I heard, okay, there's now Vuex and there's now Pinia. Eduardo, are you afraid that there could be a React-like thought over that, like with Redux and MobX, like the Team Redux and the Team MobX? What could we all do to not have two teams, but just to say, okay, some people work better with Vuex and some people work better with Pinia?
No, because the difference between MobX and Redux, or what was the other one you said?
Redux
are fundamental. Like what's the term in English? They have a fundamental difference in the way you think and organize. The API is completely different. The Vuex and Pinia have the same API. The aim of Pinia is to find a way to use to benefit from the composition API. And the reason Vuex is so simple, or it's aiming to be so simple, is because you don't need that much. And Kia is working on the SSR, which is one of the most complicated part, I think. Like the iteration part of refs, reactive objects. That part is not used by Pinia right now. So I think at some, even that part, I will be able to use the same as Vuex. You know, if Vuex goes in a direction, it's gonna be better than Pinia. It's not gonna be worse, right? It's either gonna be as good as Pinia or better. So I'm gonna adapt Pinia to match that. So it's not like a person who does a store with Pinia has something to learn with doing Vuex5, which is not the case for MobX and Redux because they are fundamentally different in the way you even think about it. And also, you don't really have to learn much. Like when you see a store defined with Vuex, Pinia, state, getters, actions, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you use the function API, you're just creating a component that doesn't render anything, right? It's like a setup function. So you just create refs, compute it inside, you watch whatever you want.
Understood. So we are looking in a bright future without wars between two teams.
Yeah.
Eduardo, what would you answer, or what would you tell people if they are now in their company talking to their colleagues, having like a sure fix and pitching for using from now on Pinia instead of Vuex in this certain project. If someone then says, yeah, but it's something new, I don't know if there are already best practices. And I think it's just like there's one guy implementing it. And what if he decides to do something else now?
So it's not new per se. It's 2 years old. I was planning on releasing the stable today, but other things came up, so I didn't do it. The reason, so it's not new. You have much better TypeScript support. Like you're gonna have an easier life developing with Pinia than with Vuex 3 and 4, and we know that. So unless you have, the only reason to not use Pinia is you have an existing code base. So that's what Vuex 4 exists for. It's because that way people can migrate to Vue 3 without having to change the store. So that's very important. But you can actually use both at the same time. They do not conflict. So you can do a partial migration. I've seen applications that do a partial migration. Partial migration. So they use both. Honestly, as we say with so many things, give it a try. Just look at the dogs and try by yourself. And when you're gonna see all the things also completing, without you having to type anything, you're gonna start enjoying the library and start wondering, okay, why didn't I start before using this thing? It also works for Vue too, by the way.
Great. So also to get the next question out of the way, as well Vuex, as well Pinia is working for any kind of sizes for the projects, as I understood it now, from tiny applications to big e-commerce pages. So there's also not a decision like, okay, I take Vuex for big applications and Pinia just for small ones.
Yeah, no, it's the same. I would say. I don't know what you mean, what you think, yeah, but there is no reason to be one or the other.
Yeah, it all depends on what you're building really, and when we talk about state management, I think people tend to think that for large apps we need state management, and for the small apps we don't need state management, or you shouldn't use state management. But I partially disagree with this, because I agree that more the app becomes bigger, it becomes more complicated. So there's a high chance global store might be needed. But it's not 100% the case, right? And even if you have very, very small application, it could have simple global state. For example, like application config, or maybe some session information, like a user who's logged in right now or not. So for those information, I think even if your app is so small, you still need store. And in that situation, I think Pinia or BX5 and those small, simple state management gets very handy. Right? You can just use it and you get all the benefit. And even if your app becomes so huge, if your app is maybe, let's say like very functional app where there isn't much of a state, all you do is calculation. And even though the app is huge, there's not so many state in the application, then maybe you don't need any state management, right? So it really depends what kind of state management your application is requiring. And I think Vue is currently moving toward to become more simple. So currently Vue 2, when you need global store, we need to use Vuex, and Vuex currently has this Flux architecture. So there's a huge, this tech gap, right? You go to Vue local state to Flux architecture. So now you have to learn Flux architecture to just do super simple store management. But we're trying to lower this barrier. Right? For Pinia and Vuex5, we are going to make the state management much, much simpler and easy to use. But not necessarily we're saying that Flux architecture is bad or anything. It's just Flux architecture is more opinionated, it has more rules, it has certain ways to use the store. And it might be best fit for your project and maybe not. But the key is you have to choose for your project, right? What kind of management, for state management you need. And So I think it's a matter of the choice. And we're trying to add a simpler choice in between going to the full Flax architecture to simple store management. And I think it's going to make this store ecosystem much, the learning curves and everything much linear, I think, for the Vue 3.
So moving on from the decision, everybody out there, use what you like, try out both of them, and also let us know on Twitter and everywhere else what you will go for. But since we're now talking about, Kia, what you just said about sometimes very small applications need state management and sometimes bigger ones might not need it at all. Do you differentiate between UI state and data business logic state? Like if you fetch something from endpoints, do you store it in a different place when your UI logic, like, okay, is loading, is clicked, is shown, is user logged in, etc.?
Well, I do differentiate the data and UI state, but I think it's sometimes hard to differentiate within the store. For example, I tend to manage all the UI state within Vue component, but for example, there is some global UI component, like for example, like snack bar shown on the left right bottom on the window, like notification stuff. And those things are like global UI because the notification happens and no matter what you do on the UI, it has to stay there. So you can't really put this state on the component, right? You need to have this state on the store. In that sense, some UI state has to go into store sometimes. But other than that, most of the time, I always try to put UI state on the component and never put them in Vuex or store, unless it's absolutely necessary. And for the data, because I'm the also Vuex ORM, I usually put all the data, for example, like users or posts or any kind of data into store, because usually those data comes from the server side, right? When you call the API and you get the data from the server. And when you think about it, the server is global state, right? You don't know what you're going to get until you hit the API. So for me, it really makes sense to store that data to the global store because it is global state. I mean, on the server side state. But I think it's boiled down to your preference, but that's what I do often with my own project. Yeah.
Eduardo, would you like something to add to the question?
I agree with the UI state. Like I do the same. Sometimes you, in very specific cases, you go out of the component, but as much as possible inside the components. API calls depends on the application. It means that some API calls, you can cache them and use a local cache. So you can do, or you can do a stale while revalidate things to make the application look as if it's really fast. Or as if you have the old data immediately and you request again. So it's very smooth. But very often I just do the components for simple apps. And then if I have bigger traffic or other things, I do add a cache layer and usually that cache layer. So there are multiple layers of cache. Cache is a really complicated topic. So you have also the server cache, which is way more important than the client-side cache, but you can also use some client-side cache to improve the user experience. And I think that I always start outside of the store if I can, unless I need to use that state right away in multiple places or in multiple pages. User, like for example.
Okay, so next question from real projects out there. If you have a component and you get something from the store there, if it's Vuex, Pinia, or composable, whatever, and then you have some couple of child components which also need one object of the store, would you rather in each child component access the store to get the same global object again? Or would you again then use a property to pass this object down to have a component, a child component that doesn't know that there is a store that exists? Kia, you already have. I see you answering.
Very, very good question. And I really don't have straight answer to this. I would love to hear what Eduardo think about this and how you do it in your project. But usually I prefer to fetch all the store data on the page component. So, on the top level component, and pass down those data to the child component as a props. But sometimes you might want to access store from the child component. And for example, when you're building like a dashboard page, right? And you have many different kind of data shown in the dashboard. And in this kind of case, if you fetch all the data on the parent component, then the parent component becomes really huge, because this component has to fetch all the data for its own child component, right? So in these kind of cases, it's much simpler to create child component that fetches its own global state. And by the way, it goes to exactly same to the API calling problem. Should child component call API or the parent component call API and pass down the props? I think it's the exact same problem, but I still don't know the answer. But I prefer to pass down as a props, but I'm still exercising whether it's a good idea to access those global state on the child component or not. I really don't know. What do you think, Eduardo?
I think that most, like 80% of the applications, they do a few, like 1-2 API calls, and you do that at the page level. You can have other very complex applications, but that's not even 20%, like 1% of the applications or 5% of the applications. And usually they optimize their API a lot. So you can do a lot of API calls, and then you do those API calls in a more localized fashion. So you go into the child component. I usually go, in my applications, I don't have that complexity, I think, of doing that many API requests. So I do one at the page level. I think it's way easier to handle. And if I can pass it as a prop, I pass it as a prop. So I don't even need the store. I avoid doing what I've seen called as prop drilling. So basically, I don't like to create an artificial prop in a component just to pass it down to another component. I don't create a prop in a component if you don't use that prop in the component. In Vue 3 and with the composition API, you have an easier access to inject provide, but I rather avoid them for most cases. Like it's more, I rather use it for UI state and components, like an interacting, for example, a tab component, maybe that, but not for data, like not for the things that you fetch from the API. And if you really have complex data that and have a very complex application, for example, you might have maps overlap, or things that overlap with maps, and maybe you have multiple, it could be seen as multiple mini applications running together and interacting with each other. Then the store is probably easier to have the store than using a provide or having multiple props or doing the fetching from the children component. And the good point about having the data on the store is that you can actually ask the component to fetch also. The children to fetch is not as much as a big deal than not having a store, compared to only using that, saying, okay, I can only do fetching in my pages. When you don't have a store, it's usually a bigger deal. But if you have a store, it's easier to allow yourself to do the fetching from different places, not only just the page component. It depends the answer anyway, but most of the cases,
that's true.
Page.
Yeah, but that was a good point. Having store makes it easier to access the data across the component. I mean, that's the point of store, but that's one big advantage over drilling down the props, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, what I like is this idea of if you just pass a prop through, but you don't even use this prop in this middle component, is a good rule to see, okay, maybe there is a new tree that opens in this tree of components where it makes sense again to access the store again and live there in your own world. Completely switching the topic now, there's something called Vuex ORM, and I'm not sure if it's known by everybody. So Pia, what is this framework? When do I need this? What does it do for me?
Okay, so Vuex ORM is, as name suggests, it gives a ORM-like API access to store. So if you ever use like Laravel or Ruby on Rails, they all have active records, or Laravel, it has Eloquent. So they have ORM object relational mappers. So you can do things like user.find, and you pass in the ID and you get the ID from user from the database, right? And I wanted to do the pretty much same thing on the front end because I couldn't stand the idea of having duplicated data inside store. For example, you're fetching for, let's say you are trying to fetch post data, blog post data from the server. And maybe the post has also field, and also is a user object, right? And maybe the post has a comments, and maybe comments has also as well, and also is also a user object, right? So when you fetch these kind of a nested JSON tree, there's a good chance you have duplicated data everywhere. So you have same user, but in a multiple place. If you store this data in the store directly, they're gonna be 3 different users, but actually those are the same users. And if you wanna update this, it's going to be really hard, right? Because you have to look into every single record and find out if those had the same ID or not. By using VXORM, what it's going to do is it's going to deduplicate all the duplicated data, and it's going to destruct all the entities from those nested tree and store those data into the Vuex like a database. So if you say posts having comments, having users, through VXORM, the outcome inside Vuex store will be post, users, and comments separately. And when fetching the data, you can query those data as if you're using like ordinary ORM. Like, say you want to fetch all the comments with users or all the comments with its parent post. So you can control the fetching and stuff. And the most importantly, if you update one user object, all of the user object that referencing that user, it's going to update it. So for example, in that blog post, if you change the name of user on any comment, then that user displayed on the page, all the user's name is going to be updated. So that's what I wanted to achieve with VXORM. It's quite complicated, but if your app is using like lots of relationships, if your app has lots of models and relationships and complicated stuff, then I would say it could be a good choice for your project.
Yeah, the description also reminded me somehow like XState. So also something that sounds super complicated, but if you need it, you need it, and then it is pretty cool. I also talked once to the author of XState, and he said, yeah, it's kind of complicated, you know, you have to sit down for one weekend and learn it. And I'm like, in what kind of weird world are we living that someone says it's complicated, you have to sit down one weekend to learn it? So unfortunately, we are out of time now. I want to thank both of you for your time and your knowledge. If there's anything, I will just tell the audience now to write you on Twitter for every follow-up question. And of course, follow us here on Discord and join us for the after party later for all of the other questions. So thank you again for your time, Kia and Eduardo.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you so much, Vanessa, Kia, and Eduardo. That was enlightening. Before we move on, we have a couple sponsor notes that we need to get to. So our next gold sponsor is Attest, an engineering team whose tech stack utilizes the latest technologies. The team mainly codes in Go and Java on the back end and builds applications in Vue supported by TypeScript on the front end. And our we also want to shout out to our silver sponsors. Thank you for supporting the conference. So just a reminder about the raffle again. We are following Twitter, hashtag Vue.js live, and the tweets are coming in like crazy. And I can see a lot of you have already posted. If you haven't tweeted yet and you'd like to enter the raffle, take the best selfie and share it on Twitter using the hashtag Vue.js live. I'm really curious about what all your all's setup is looking like. And now we have our lightning talks, and they will be Nick Teets from Stackhawk on how developers can use automated application security testing to protect Vue apps. After that, we'll have Mike Hartington from Ionic on a new kind of abstraction. Then Simon Zhong from Sentry, identify issues and prevent slowdowns in your Vue.js apps, followed by Joe Lenton from Attest, utilizing Rust from Vue with WebAssembly. Oh, and then after that, I think we have a Q&A with them. So that's cool. And now, stage is yours.
Hey everybody, my name is Nick Teets and I'm a front-end engineer at Stackhawk, and today I'm going to tell you how developers can use automated application security testing to protect their Vue apps. A bit about me, I am a front-end engineer, so I must admit I do get emotional over fonts. I'm also the co-organizer of the Jamstack Denver meetup, where we talk about everything from headless CMS to static site generation. And when I'm not busy jamming or tearing up over Helvetica, I'm a musician here in Denver. Today, I'm going to tell you what it means to shift left. I'm going to show you an example of a cross-site scripting vulnerability in a Vue app, and then I'm going to give you the tools that you need to find these types of vulnerabilities before you hit production. So what does it mean to shift left? Simply put, we're moving the tools of the software development lifecycle earlier in the process. There's a bunch of different types of security tools that you can use now when you're checking into your develop branch or your feature branch that will help you find security vulnerabilities. Things like secret scanning, or the idea that we should be obfuscating API keys that we use to communicate with third-party services. Software composition analysis, which is taking a look at the open source modules that you use to run your app and find vulnerabilities there. We have static application security testing, which looks at the actual code and text files of your repository to find vulnerabilities. And lastly, dynamic application security testing. This is what Stackhawk's really good at, is we take a running instance of your app, whether it's in the pipeline or in local development, and finds vulnerabilities the same way that a bad actor may exploit your app. So let's jump into our example of our Vue app with cross-site scripting. So here we have Font Talk. This is a place where users can log into a message board and talk about fonts. And of course, we're going to give them the ability to style the text that they post on this message board. So Jane is going to start the conversation and say, y'all like fonts? We're going to wrap this in a bold tag to really emphasize that we're here to talk about fonts, of course. And we're going to post it. And you can see that we got the bold text in there. The message is available for everyone to see. But then Jane's going to follow it up with another post. We're going to emphasize the beautiful here. But we're also going to include this image tag. We're going to hide this from the user. And when this image tag loads, we're going to post sensitive account information to a bucket that we've set up on a third-party service. So let's go ahead and save this note. And you may not notice something as a user that's not too savvy on the web, but if you inspect this bit, you can see that here's our image tag, which is hidden, that is hitting our third-party service with sensitive account information. So let's go ahead and log out as Jane, and we're going to log in as Bob. And Bob gets here and he sees, there's some good conversation about fonts, and he says, yeah, fonts are cool. And then Bob's going to leave the chat because, maybe they're not a message board person. But what he doesn't know is that cross-site scripting has now hit his account. If we go to this pipe dream, this bucket, this endpoint that we set up, we can see that image tag sent Bob's confidential information over here so our bad actor, Jane, can see it. So now she can log in and post as Bob, or maybe, steal his credit card information if that sort of system was implemented on our app, which obviously that's no good. So what can we do in the code to stop this from happening? one thing that we could do is go to our notes list, and instead of using vHTML, which uses that inner HTML method on our element, we can go ahead and just render the information in this note, the actual value. And so if we check that out, we can see that we've exposed these HTML tags that people were putting into our message board. So here's that bad image tag that's sending that information, but this is kind of removing some of the features from our cool message board about fonts. So that's not the way to go. Let's use this sanitize HTML library that you could scan with SCA, of course, to remove some of that bad HTML while allowing our users to still style their posts. So if we inspect this element, we can see that malicious image tag has been removed from our post. And so things seem to be working. Now, there's one last thing that we could do kind of as a front line against cross-site scripting attacks, and that's adding the CSP header. So if we go to our terminal, we're going to run a Stackhawk scan. Now, this would obviously be implemented in your CI/CD pipeline every time you check code in. And while we're running that scan, we'll go over to the Stackhawk platform to see what a finished scan looks like. Here's our app that we've already registered. And if we click into this, we can see that there's a couple CSP header findings or vulnerabilities that we've discovered. And so when we click into this, we are given the ability to triage or mark as false positive or risk accepted for these different types of vulnerabilities. And we also provide a little bit of educational text about what the content security policy means. And so using a tool like Stackhawk, you can see what some of these vulnerabilities are before you hit production because you're running this in a pipeline. And I'd love to tell you more about security and Vue apps and Stackhawk, but we're running out of time, so we're just going to play this thank you slide. Learn more about Stackhawk at stackhawk.com. The blog post that I got inspiration for this Vue example is available at this link below. And if you want to bug me on Twitter, I am NickTex on Twitter. Drop by, tell me you love the presentation. Let's talk about music or security or JavaScript. Thank you to Vue for having me. Thank you for watching, and this has been awesome. We'll see you later.
Hi. My name is Mike Hartington. I'm a developer advocate at a company called Ionic, and I want to talk about abstractions today. Now, typically when people talk about abstractions, they normally mean this first kind, where we have a low-level concept, whether it's an API or a language itself, and working with it can be either cumbersome or lead to a lot of potential errors. In the form of user error or code that is very fragile and easy to break. Now, to make working with this language or this API a lot simpler, what developers have often done is just build something on top of it that allows you to safely work within that runtime or within that language and be a little bit more productive. Now, we're not necessarily creating a whole new language or a whole new library. We're just adding some helper functions. We can kind of think of this like a utilities concept. Now, while most people find this very helpful, some people decide that this isn't enough. They want more. And so they build another abstraction on top of that. This one including more features, more safety, perhaps new concepts that are abstracting away the lower level concepts, and then so on, so forth. We have this whole entire concept of a hierarchy where there's an abstraction that is n degrees removed from the lower level, whether it's 1 degree above, 2 degrees, or even 5. Now, with abstractions, there also comes some trade-off. We also have to think about the impact on overall size. the further abstract you are from a given target, chances are you are also going to increase the final code output. You could be including more functions and more code into that into your project by using the wrong abstraction and bloat your project up pretty quickly. Something also worth considering is whether or not the abstraction also gives you an escape hatch. Now, languages like Python and Lua are built on top of C. They abstract away a lot of the inner workings that C offers, but also give you an exit hook, so that way if you need to drop down to C, you can do that. You can think of other libraries out there on the web that also offer a similar escape hatch. They may build on top of something like Canvas and abstract away a lot of the complexity that Canvas has, but if you need to, for performance reasons, you can just you can just kind of hop out of that and get into the native layer of Canvas. Now, these are the traditional kinds of abstractions that I think most people are familiar with. Abstractions also operate on another vector. They can also be thought of as a spectrum. And this is something that once you realize how this relates to the code you work with, you'll see that you've dealt with this more often than you think of. When we think about spectrum abstractions, you can think about the code that you write and where's that code going to run. The traditional example of, is this code going to run in Node or in the browser, can now be updated to, is this code going to run in Node, the browser, or runtimes like Dino? All of these have different trade-offs, and when we think about code that runs in Node or code that runs in Dino, they are on opposite ends of the spectrum. They are so different from one another that without having to work real hard to make sure that code, without having to work real hard and set up complex build systems, code may not be able to run on one or the other. Where if you have code that can run in Dino, chances are you can figure out a way to get it to run in the browser. And if you have code that runs in Node, you can figure out a way to get it to run in the browser as well. These are the kind of spectrums that we deal with. One that I'm more familiar with is the idea of being able to do cross-platform development, whether or not your code can run in the browser, but also on this native device. Now, if you start off at the web side, you're going to be able to get that code running onto the native device, but oftentimes you might run into issues where features don't exist on native or in a native context due to limitations on a web view or to just not having the APIs available in general. On the other hand, if you start off in the native side, you now have to go through a lot of work to get that code that runs well on the native device to work on the web. Doesn't always work out the same way. It's much easier to go from the web to native than to go from native to the web, in my opinion. This type of spectrum of cross-platform development is something that we deal with a lot at Ionic, and it's something that really drives us forward. Being able to have that nice sweet spot of, I can write my code that knows how to run on the web and how to run on native very well. It's something that drives us and pushes us forward. So as you start to write your code and start to create new projects and pick your libraries and pick the tools that are going to work best for you, ask yourself, is this code going to be able to run on the various platforms that I want to support? It could be JavaScript in the browser one day, or it could be JavaScript in your terminal via Node or Dino. It could be your native device, or it could be a new set of devices that haven't even been invented yet. Keep the abstraction of not only how much of a code footprint does this abstraction offer, but where does this code run and how much work am I going to need to put in to get it to run on that platform in mind. With that, thank you.
Hi there, my name is Simon. I'm a solutions engineer at Sentry. What we focus on is code observability. With Sentry, you can understand the health of your application from the front end to the back end. Sentry is designed for all developers, meaning we support all major languages and frameworks, including Vue. With the Sentry SDK on your application, you can alert the necessary team members and enable your developers to optimize the developer and customer experience. The Sentry platform provides multiple perspectives on the health of your application, but what we will be focusing on today is error monitoring and performance monitoring. To get started with Sentry, we would go to the Sentry documentation site, search for Vue, or click to see all 99 supported platforms, and in the JavaScript section, we have a link to Vue. The installation process is very easy. It's an npm install and a few lines of code to configure Vue on your application. What this will do is hook Sentry onto your global error handler, and as users are interacting with your application, events and transactions are sent to Sentry. What I've got on the side here is a demo Vue app, which is very basic, but let's just take a look together. I just refreshed it for us because I've set it up so that an HTTP request is sent on page load. We'll review what that means on the performance side of things, but for now, let's click onto these error buttons. And as these errors are happening, they're also being sent to Sentry. I've configured some alerts for us, so we're actually getting notified of these errors as they're happening. So on Slack, I just clicked into a notification that'll take us straight to this error, and these details on the error are all displayed in front of me. We got the error message, the magnitude of this error, how many times it happened, against how many users. We also integrate with source control management systems, so we have details on maybe the commit that could have caused this as well. Links to those commits, contextual information through these tags like the user details, the environment they're in. We can add our own tags, but what we probably care about the most at this point is the stack trace. So that's right below, and in a Sentryless world, we'd be dealing more with like a minified stack trace, optimal for performance, but not great for human readability. But thankfully, Sentry helps out with that. So during our build process, we had uploaded our source maps. Sentry took that, translated the source map, the stack trace for us, and we have this beautiful human readable stack trace, including highlighting the line where the error happened. And we see that the response.ok was false. We also know the file to take a look at as well. So let's all keep that in mind. Very curious stuff, but just below that, we have more context, a timeline of the activities in our breadcrumbs. We can add our own breadcrumbs as well. And this is all automatically instrumented. We can adjust the time to a more T- format, where when we hit time equals 0, we hit that internal server error. So this is all great to get more context. And if that wasn't enough, this error had happened about 50 times. So we've actually gathered all the tags from all these errors into this heat map section to the right. So with all of this information, the context and content from the front-end perspective, we can consider creating a new ticket or linking to an existing ticket through these integrations with issue tracking tools. I also want to bring our attention to the distributed trace feature we have in Sentry. Since we have Sentry installed on our backend as well, we see a relationship. We see that there is a child event and a related error that we should take a look at. This is referring to that response.ok was false coming in from our backend. So if we click into this, we can see the backend tags, backend stack trace, backend breadcrumbs, everything that we see here, but just from the backend perspective. So let's just switch gears for a moment here. There's a lot on the issues side, and we've got just enough time to check out the performance health that is provided by Sentry. Right away, we see our web vitals. That's how long it takes for the first thing to load, largest thing to load, input delay, stability of our page, latency over time, and distribution over the past 24 hours. That was quick, right? lightning talk. But what is standing out here is the user misery score. As I highlight over it, it gives us a definition of this metric. The same goes for all these other metrics as well. But let's just follow our nose, click into the homepage transaction here, and you can see the duration breakdown, how long it took for these transactions to complete over the past, in this case, 24 hours. We can interact with this graph, highlighting a different section. That'll update the time frame, of course, and also the events that show up. Most of the operation is covered in this HTTP red. So clicking into an event ID, we can take a look at the operation breakdown in this waterfall type of graph. It took 15 seconds for about 15 seconds for this transaction, and most of the operation time was coming from this HTTP client request. And this is going to our backend, and we can see that because we got this plus icon here. We got distributed trace set up. If we didn't, we would just not see this plus icon and we can't expand it. Luckily we can, and we can see that a lot of this time is through these sequential database queries. Now we have a way to move forward, work with our backend team, optimize these database queries, make it like an asynchronous processing type of situation, and that'll improve that user experience, reduce that user misery as well. So just to recap for a moment here, on our Vue app, we clicked a few of these error buttons. We're notified through our integration with Slack to get to our error page, looking at the full context and content from the front end perspective, and with distributed trace could also do it from the back end perspective. On the performance health side of things, we have a summary of that health through these web vitals, followed our nose through that user misery score on that homepage transaction, took a look at the operation breakdown, and we can make some improvements on these suboptimal database queries. In any case, thank you so much for reviewing this Vue app with me. Have a wonderful rest of your conference. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Joseph Lenton. I'm a tech lead at Test, and today I'm going to be showing you how you can use Rust from Vue with WebAssembly. So let's get started. What is WebAssembly? WebAssembly is a new binary format available in the browser, and it's what people call a compilation target, in that you would write code in, say, Rust or C or C++. You would compile that to WebAssembly, and then you can load that WebAssembly using JavaScript and execute that WebAssembly. And this allows you to have high performance code and less memory use than if you'd have written it in, say, JavaScript. WebAssembly is available in all modern browsers. So how do we use it? I'm now going into an example in a moment. And for this example, I've used the Vue.js CLI to generate a template, but I've used the Next version. I'll explain why in a moment. For the Rust side, I've installed a tool called WasmPatch, and the reason why is because obviously we don't want to be generating normal Rust binaries. We want to be tied to WebAssembly, and there's a few other extras that we would need to set up. WasmPatch does all of that for you. So let's hop into the code. Here I have a template that I've already generated. The reason why I use the Next version is because it installs with Webpack 5. Before we get into any Rust code, I need to be able to consume WebAssembly within the project, and Webpack 5 can do that. So I'm going to be turning on the ability to do that. In the Vue config, I'm going to be adding a module exports, which will configure Webpack, where under the experiments, you can find async WebAssembly, and I'm going to be setting that to true. And so now I'll be able to consume WebAssembly within this project. Now, let's talk about the Rust code. Well, I don't have any Rust code here, so I'm going to start a new Rust project with WasmPatch, new, I'm just going to call it my Rust example, and that will generate a brand new Rust project. Because I've used WasmPatch, it adds in a few extras. So, for example, it's added in the WASM bindgen for being able to talk to WebAssembly, as well as a few other useful extras already set up. If I go into the source code that's provided, the default source code, it's provided these two functions out of the box. This is an external function, and so it means external to Rust. This alert, this is referring to the browser alert that's available, and so that's that external function. And so it's calling the browser alert already in its default code from Rust. Here is a greet function that it's provided. Let's add on a custom message to this. And instead of calling with this, let's pass a custom message to the browser alert from Rust. So I'm happy with that. Let's build it. So I'm going to go into my Rust example, and then I'm going to do a WASM pack build. And this will build it targeting what's called the WebAssembly toolchain, so it outputs WebAssembly code, and it also outputs a few other things which are quite useful. We have this package folder that's just shown up, and this package folder is the output that generates. And this includes what is a node package. So it has a package JSON, just as you would normally expect. It has, of course, the WebAssembly code, we'll need that. It has some JavaScript here. So I said before you would load the WebAssembly and then call it from JavaScript. Well, it's provided that code for me so that I don't need to do that. And it's even provided TypeScript declarations so that I can call this from TypeScript and get all of the correct parameters and such. So let's add this project to my Vue template. I'm going to come down to the Vue package JSON down here. Here it is, the lightning talk. And I'm in the dependencies. I'm going to add on that Rust project, my Rust example. And it's on the file system, and it's my Rust example, and I need to point to the package, the node package that WASM pack built. Let's install that. Let's do a yarn install, and then let's do a yarn serve. And now we have the template running. Let's go to a browser. Let's go here, and here is the template. So I have a page that I've already started on called Click Me. It has a button. The button doesn't do anything. Let's call that Rust code from here. So I'm going to go into Click Me. Here is that button. It calls on the Click Me. Here is the on Click Me function. So just like I would import any other JavaScript dependency, I can now import the greet function from my Rust example. And now let's call greet. Hello from Vue via Rust. Let's put that. It's built. Let's go back here. Let's click me and hello from Vue via Rust. And so that button, this has called into the wrapper JavaScript in this package folder, which is then called into the WebAssembly. And how cool is that? Which then call back into the alert. So that's awesome. Of course, being a node package, we just deploy that to NPM. And so why don't we do that now? So there is WASM pack publish. So I'm going to do that. WASM pack publish. And now it's on NPM. And so now instead of using on the file system, I can just put in the file number of that and then install via yarn. And so that way I can share it with other people as long as they can consume WebAssembly. Thank you very much. I hope you found this very useful.
Wow, thank you for those great lightning talks. And now we will be joined by Nick, Mike, and Simon for a quick Q&A. Yay. Okay, let's see. Our first question is for Simon. What does the entire setup instructions for Sentry entail?
Yeah, to get Sentry set up, the Sentry SDK configured and installed, you can use an npm install, and to configure with sentry.init, you can put your configurations within that. And during the build process, you can upload your source maps, then you're good to go from there. After you start to get events and transactions into Sentry, you can start looking into alerts and configuring that to get those notifications in.
And having done it, I will say it was pretty easy.
Awesome.
All right, and another question for Simon. How do I get nested transactions set up?
Yeah, so that's...
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Discussion rooms waiting for your opinions, and coming up next are topics of discussion are Laravel and Vue.js with Daniel Kelly, and then we also have a room that is completely dedicated to the topic of accessibility with Nick Teets and Vanessa Otto. You can check Vue.jslive.com for more information on the room, on times, and how to get there, and so on. In the meantime, we'll have another talk. This one is by Natalia Tepluhina, who is a Vue.js core team member and a staff front-end engineer at GitLab. In local state and server cache, finding a balance, Natalia will explain the distinction between local application state and local server cache, and we'll do some live coding to show you how to work with the latter. But before listening to Natalia's talk, let's look at the question that she prepared for y'all. What global state management library are you using for your Vue apps? Is that 1, I'm a traditionalist, I use Vuex, or 2, we use GraphQL, so I chose the Apollo client. 3, I love learning new things and Pinia is my choice, or 4, Redux, or MobX, or UStore, or something else. So go over to Slido, that is sli.do, and use the code 2010 to let us know what your answer to this question is, and we'll have a look at the answers and the results after Natalia's talk. Again, please use the community track Q&A channel on Discord to ask your questions. Give Natalia a big round of virtual applause in that channel as well. And then Natalia, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone! Happy to see you all today at this event, and while I really hope that this conference is going to be offline this year, unfortunately for us all, I'm speaking with you remotely again from Amsterdam. Maybe next year? Let's hope for it. And today we're going to talk about a topic that is an endless source of frustration for all the developers, which is handling a local state of our application in the cases when it needs to deal with asynchronous behavior, API requests, and all like this. And let me quickly reintroduce myself. My name is Natalia Tepluhina. I'm Vue.js core team member. I work mostly on Vue documentation, so if you were reading Vue 3 docs, there are high chances that you were reading something that I authored. I work as a staff front-end engineer at GitLab, and there at GitLab, of course, we have Vue in our front-end stack. But for state managers, we deal both with Vuex, that will be briefly touched in this talk, and Apollo client, that will be briefly touched in this talk as well. So I know the pains of each solution, and I have some idea about what I'm talking in this particular talk. And I'm also Google Dev expert in web technologies. So let's start diving into our global state. So what is global state in our application? This is some data that we want to share across different components, different views, different routes, and for some reason we need it available everywhere in our application. Let's look at a very short, brief, quick example for those who never worked with Vuex or forgot how it looks like, and this will be Vuex 4. So if syntax is a bit unfamiliar to you, don't be afraid. It's very similar to Vuex 3 that we use with Vue 2. So imagine that we have a local state that returns one single property called count, and this is 0. And we need to change this property somehow, so we add a mutation, because all the state properties should be only changed with mutations. So we have a mutation for incrementing the count. That just increments the count, like suggesting by name. And this is already enough to use this in our component, but some companies, like my own one, has a convention that says that we cannot commit mutations from components. If you ever heard this is an anti-pattern, this is incorrect. You can call mutations, commit mutations from components, but it may make your factoring harder when you need asynchronous behavior. That's why sometimes we wrap them in actions. So this is sufficient boilerplate for incrementing count. What we are dealing with here in this particular example. First of all, we deal with asynchronous changes in the state. That's why I said that probably we won't even need an action. And we don't have any asynchronous behavior here. It's non-persistent, so whenever I update the page, count will be 0 again. We don't need to store this anywhere else outside of the Vuex state. Has one source of changes, so this is like our magical single source of truth that only is responsible for changes of count in our application. Count can be changed anywhere else. It's stored only in Vuex and changed only in Vuex. And yes, it does not create a lot of boilerplate. This point can be a bit debatable because like 3 different properties for changing one count, still, it's a reasonable amount of boilerplate for this change considering the fact that count will be shared all across the application. But all of this is not as nice when we start dealing with the server data. So let's add some server data to the equation in our Vuex state. Here, at the first look, it looks like the same count. We have a property characters, and we have a mutation that changes characters, and we have some asynchronous section that fetches data from our characters endpoint. And after this, we commit a mutation, so everything is fine. But with this, your application is not sufficient because fetching characters is an asynchronous operation, which means that there will be a moment in your app when there are no characters and you're idle. You're waiting for your API to return your data. And of course, you add loading state because you need to show this nice loading spinner or skeleton or whatever you're showing in your application. And also, we are fetching data from the API. And what if response is not there? What if request wasn't successful? We need to handle errors, which is a super good practice for any asynchronous call. And that's why we need to add one more flag, error, to our application. And with this, our simple structure of one action, one mutation becomes not as simple because you need to update loading, you need to update error. And here is quite a common convention, GitLab uses it as well, to handle asynchronous behavior with requests. So here we have like 3 finite states, a loading state, a success state, and an error state. And here we are setting loading to true, error to false, so we are in a loading state now. Then we receive our characters. If everything is fine, loading is false, error is null, characters are here, and we render the array of characters. And of course, there can be some error state. So in this particular case, we set loading to false. We say that error is something that server returns to us. Characters are 3 mutations. Yes, you can simplify it if you have the only one, but if you want some kind of standard, usually companies come with something like this. And now our action is not as simple as well, because when we start an action, we go into this loading limbo state, requesting a characters, and then we will have characters. We commit the success mutation, storing the characters to the state. And if there is an error, we also commit an error mutation. And if you imagine all of this boilerplate, it's quite big already. So it's huge for one single request. And if we have multiple requests, probably we have different loading states. Or should it be the same loading state? Every single time you do this, you need to rethink it and to understand if we want to share loading states between different requests in our application. And this still doesn't answer a bunch of questions. How to fetch only when data is not in Vuex? I heard this request like 50 times probably. How to write a getter that will return me my data if data is in Vuex and will dispatch an action if data is not in Vuex. There is no such getter. Getter is only getter. We don't want to commit a side effect. That's why every single time we need to implement this behavior in our application, we come with the same set of wheels. We do this check in the component, okay, if this in the state, I'm not going to dispatch an action. Or we dispatch an action, then action checks the state, like, okay, we are calling Axios or we just return, because we already have data in our component. And this is a bit annoying because you need to re-implement this for such a common case in your app. Second one is how to keep my data up to date. Because in this particular case, we're still thinking about Vuex as a single source of truth, but it's not. Because your source of truth is on the API. And your Vuex right now is only a reflection of the server. I call it a server cache. Server data, server state. This state belongs to the server, and we try just to have this reflection on our front end. And we need to keep this reflection up to date. If you're lucky, you have WebSockets. So on a WebSocket event, you update your Vuex state. For those of us who cannot allow themselves WebSockets, we do polling. Every 30 seconds, we send this request to the server, triggering all these changes of actions, mutations, loading state, handling errors, and then we update something in Vuex. Well, that's sometimes challenging. And then, what if two components start fetching the same query simultaneously? Nothing will explode, honestly, but you will have two requests, because Vuex has no built-in behavior for deduplicating requests. They will be both resolved, action will be triggered twice. Why it's all happening? Why we have so many problems with asynchronous behavior in Vuex? Because we are dealing not with a local state anymore. We are dealing with something different, something that first of all is asynchronous, and we need to deal with all the bells and whistles of asynchronous behavior, so loading state, error states, and all these like different finite states in our application depending on this behavior, something that is persisted remotely, something that has a source of truth outside of our control as a front-end developer. And that's why it has shared ownership. Our database on the server can be updated from somewhere else. It can be updated by a backend developer, but it can be also updated from the other instance of our front-end client. And we need to deal with this behavior. We need to reflect changes to server, to changes to client. And unfortunately for us, Vuex is not designed with this in mind, like Redux wasn't designed with this in mind for React. This is not specifically a Vuex issue. This is an issue for most of the state managers. Not all states are born equal. It's good to think about what we consider a global state, something that is separated to our local state. So the synchronous data that are persisting only in applications, something like form data when you're filling the form, and server cache, something that is present on the remote API. And like you can say, what are alternatives to this? Well, let's first consider this quick example of Vuex in the application that I built. Now, let's do this. So I have an application running. Let me quickly check on what particular address we are going. So starting the task. Yep, 3001. Here we go. And I like Dune. I like the recent movie, so I built a fake API just reflecting a few of Dune characters. And what we have here, we are fetching the array of characters on our main page. Here it goes. And when I go to sum of the root, I fetch one more character. What is happening in the application in this particular moment? First of all the characters are stored in Vuex. So here goes my app. And let's check our store. So you can see I have characters, loading, and error flags. We're all set. And we have this set of mutations. I was trying to abstract this as much as possible. I have the same loading state for character and characters and error state as well. So that's why I have this like two set loading and set error state, set characters, and set character, which is my favorite part. Because here we are selecting a character from the characters array by index. And then we enrich the data. Because what happens here? Let's go to our characters page and see. So our characters here is an array of things that only contains normally an ID, a name for every single character. And when I go to this root, I have a bunch of data, like description, faction, when a character was born. And when I go back, I have like Paul and Chani, we check them both in the application. They are enriched by the character call. And this is super fragile because what I'm doing in my character view is I check, this is super funny by the way, I need to check if character already has a description, because if it does, I don't want to call an action for fetching character, exactly what I was explaining. So I'm checking if description is there, and if it's not, I dispatch fetch character and show the character in my API. But I'm relying on the fact that characters array is already fetched. So I believe that this request is resolved faster than my character. And so far it works just fine in my application. So if I go to poll, and you can see that characters is resolved faster than the single character. But I can imagine the case when characters fetches thousands of records. And what if it's resolved after? I cannot rely on this. This is a synchronous behavior. I built something super, super fragile on my front-end part. And also, look at this. When I'm fetching poll, I always fetch this character list first. I don't even need it. I need only poll trade this. Why I'm fetching all this? Because my tool is not perfect. What are alternatives to this? Well, if you work with GraphQL, you probably know Apollo Client, and I already mentioned it during this talk. Apollo Client is amazing if you work with GraphQL, and if you use it with Vue 3, the syntax will look something like this. You have a use query from your Apollo composable, and whenever you call the API, because this will trigger an API call, our GraphQL API, you have result, loading, and error, and many more properties, but so far we need only this. And I can display them in my component. The best part, and this query stores the response to cache. So whenever I call it again from this component or any other component, by default, it will first hit the cache. And then, if cache is empty or something, it will call an API. This behavior can be changed in Apollo Client settings, but by default, everything is in cache. It's cached first. If you wonder what is characters query GQL, if you never worked with GraphQL, this is just a GraphQL query. An Apollo client is technically capable of working with REST API. You can create a resolver, so whenever you call a characters query, Instead, you're just doing the call for your REST API with Axios and return something that is shaped properly for our query, which is still valid, but it's a bit of boilerplate. And then you can also have your local state in Apollo client. So imagine if you want to add character, you would need to do all of this. So you will read the query from the cache, create a new character, create a new data object, and you, because Apollo cache is immutable, and then you write query down back to the cache. It's fine if your application doesn't have a rich local state. If it's something super server cache based, and you need only to fetch data from the server and update them with mutations. With a local state, it's questionable. The boilerplate here is probably bigger than in Vuex, and your developers are most likely to complain about Vuex was better. The problem here is the one size doesn't fit all. We have a Vuex, which is super nice in handling local state, and is kind of problematic with dealing with server, as you can see in this talk. But we also have Apollo client, which is great when you work with server, mostly with GraphQL API. And it's a bit more questionable when you need to deal with a local state. So maybe our desire to have single source of truth is not as great. Maybe we had handled two different entities, and it would be nice to have two different tools. So if we leave Vuex for the local state, there is a great tool. For React, it exists for a longer time. It's called React Query by Tanner Linsley. But for Vue, it was created recently because Tanner exposed the core of React Query, and there was a Vue Query wrapper created by Damian Osipiuk. And I want to have a little demo of this tool right now in my talk. So I will remove this, and switch to the initial branch. And let's use Vue Query here. So in our home view, we will import the method called useQuery from our Vue Query library. And we also will need our getCharacters method. So I will import getCharacters from API.js, and this is just an Axios call to my local host. So here I will start using my useQuery. First, I want to return some data from useQuery, and here first argument is a key for the query, characters, and second is my fetcher function, getCharacters. Let's return data from the setup and see how it looks like in our application. Here are my dev tools. I go to the characters, and data is an object that contains a data array of 10 characters. So with this, I can use the magic of the computed and say that const characters, oh, it's already here. Const characters is a computed property based on data value, because this is a ref. Please always remember to use value with refs, data. And here goes my list of characters. I can remove returning data here now. And also, I can expose is loading and is error here in my app, instead of creating these two refs. And right now, there is a super short moment when you can see loading here, blinking. And if I make a mistake in my API, interesting moment, it will be a few retries that Vue Query does by default. And after this, it will say, okay, there is an error right here on the page. I really like the idea about retries, because mostly when there are issues with connectivity, we want some kind of a retry. And this is basically it for the characters page. Let's go to the character, single one, and do kind of the same. I want to import getCharacter here. And I'm going to copy paste the call and modify it slightly, because for the character, we will need to pass an additional parameter to get character, an ID. That's why I will also don't need is error here. The syntax slightly changes. First argument is an array now, where I pass props ID, and this comes from the router. And second will be a callback, where I call get character. Oops, it was unexpected, with this props ID parameter. Here we go. And I will copy paste my data value data from here. This is API, and I will replace character. So my character is this, and I don't need as loading anymore. My character is computed based on data value data, and I click here. What happened? Oh, I forgot to import it computed. Here we go, and here is Polo Traders. And now the interesting moment. I go to characters, characters are fetched. I go to poll, poll is not fetched. Characters, poll, characters, poll, because the data right now is in Vue query cache. But here goes cool thing. I have a defined stale time, which means that all my queries will be stale after the 20 seconds. So 20 seconds, we're hitting the cache. After 20 seconds, they are all invalidated and removed from the cache, and then I will have an API call. So right now, when I go to characters, I have a characters request, and when I go to poll, here goes poll request. Of course, this is like super small part of what our Vue query can actually handle, but I hope it was an interesting moment to look at, and I hope you will dive a bit into this library and give it a try. Thank you all for attending the talk. Bye.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that talk, Natalia. Let's have a quick look at the poll results just before we move to the Q&A. We discussed it a little bit up front, and I heard from you that you're not really surprised by the outcome, that most people said they're traditionalists and they use Vue.js. Why are you not surprised?
Well, Vue.js is a mainstream thing, and I think for a long time it was almost the only option. You could use Redux, but like 99% of people I knew were using Vue.js. What I'm more surprised is like, look how well is doing the second option, right?
Mm.
Like Pinia. Congratulations to Eduardo, because you can see that Pinia is super popular right now comparing to Vue.js. It's overdoing Redux, MobX, XState, whatever we can have. And GraphQL, I mean, GraphQL depends on GraphQL, but like, I didn't expect these to be so high.
Look, also, like I feel like some people want to be heard, because I see the percentages change. So it seems like people were like, wait, no, we're not a bunch of traditionalists. We're actually like really,
like it's
we're bleeding edge.
Let's just give more voices to Pinia.
Exactly. There's like a fan club that wants Pinia to do better. So I love that. So thanks everyone for joining into the poll. That's very cool.
Oh, it's 20% now. Just look at this.
Exactly. Like, can we just keep this slide up? I'm super curious where we're at the end of the Q&A. I have a couple of questions for you, Natalia. One of them is, are you using Vue query in production right now?
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection, because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web. all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Love creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern apps.
Do let us know what you thought of Natalia's talk as well, once she left the stage, of course.
Thank you for having me.
So use Slido with the code 2010 to leave feedback for Natalia, and so she can improve her talk as well. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, just a reminder that you could win prizes just for taking a selfie. So tweet a picture of how you're tuning in along with the Vue.js live hashtag to be entered in the raffle. Woo! Up next, we have Evyatar. He is a front-end engineer at Facebook. In his free time, he maintains multiple open source libraries and packages, wow, and volunteers as a mentor in a local tech community, introducing developers of all levels to their first open source contributions. That is awesome. In his talk, Vue Form Validations with Vest, he will talk about a new breed of form validations framework. But before we get to the talk, let's see the question that Evyatar has for y'all. Okay, this is a great one. How many cups of coffee do you turn into code each day? Just 1 cup, 2 to 3 cups? Well, true, drink coffee. I don't need coffee to code, sips coffee. So again, that's Slido code 2010. And now, and first, don't forget to ask your questions on Discord and the community track Q&A channel during the talk. And now everyone, please give Evyatar a big round of virtual applause, and the stage is yours.
Hey, I'm Evyatar. I'm a front-end engineer at Facebook, and I'm the author of Vest. Vest is a form validations framework inspired by unit testing libraries like Mocha or Jest. So if you've done even a little unit testing in your career, I think you'll feel very much at home working with Vest. Today I want to show you how we can use Vest to improve the way we write form validations in our Vue apps. But before I start speaking about Vest itself, I want to mention a little the motivation behind Vest and what led me to write Vest to begin with. In my experience writing forms and validating forms before using Vest, I had a big problem of lacking structure. So I was trying to add validations to the form, and I wasn't sure where I should put the validation logic. Should I put them inside the change handlers? Should I put them somewhere in my feature in a shared library? How do I write it? How do I avoid it being too specific to my feature? And there is no any specific structure that the validations should follow. So I ended up making it work by writing it somewhere in between my handlers and my feature. But then when I wanted to make changes and maintain the feature, like adding more fields in the future or making fields dependent on one another or even removing a field, it was very, very hard because everything was tied down to the feature. And because everything is very specific to the feature, it was very hard as well to make use of again. So to take it and use it in a different form or a different feature, like the password field in both reset password and sign in. So all these led me to think of a solution. And a couple of years back when I was working with a previous employer, we just started writing unit tests for our apps. And I saw that patterns that unit tests have, that we have a testing suite with describes and its and expects, and it looked very similar to the way I was thinking about form validation in my mind. Because unit tests are declarative by nature, so you are able to describe exactly what you want to happen. And along with that, they are very good at expressing what's there compared to how it should be. So you put a function in a test, and the same goes for form validation. So I want my values, my data, to run through some tests, and it all seems very relevant to the world of form validation. Of course, it's not exactly the same, and the terminology is different, and we don't run unit tests in production. But with some design adjustments, I was able to come up with something that's still very similar to the way we write unit tests and still be very relevant for form validation. And the structure I came up with is this. We first create a suite that's separate from our feature code and add a callback to it. Inside the callback, we add our tests, similar to unit test tests, with an extra field or an extra parameter, which is the name of the field that we're validating. So in this case, we have test, and we're testing that username, and then we have the error that the user will get in case of a validation failure. So username must be at least 3 characters. And inside the callback of that test, we have our assertions. So similar to assert or expect, we enforce that data.username is longer than 2 or whatever validation we have there. And I want to show you how it works with a real live Vue app. And just note, I'm using here the options API, but it could work with the composition API just as well. No changes whatsoever to the Vest code. So this is our app. It's a very basic app without any validation at all yet. And I added some input components that are there just for styling. I added a few class names. So I added a class name for error. That turns it red. Let me just refresh. Okay, it turns it red. I added a class name for warning that turns it orange, and one for success that turns it green. And along with that, I also added a few props. So one for errors, and it takes an array of strings, and when displayed, it shows the error on the field, and same for warnings. I also added a loading spinner because we're going to do some async validations later down the line. So loading true. And we're going to see a spinner. So that's all we have already here. We also have the validate function, which is empty. It takes the name and the value from the field that we're validating. And let's create our suite. So source, and let's import create from vest. Now I'll do const suite equals create. And I'll export default that suite. So export default suite. Now import this suite into my form. So import suite from suite. And I'll use it inside my validate function. So suite, and I'll call it. Now I'll store the validation result in our data. So res equals suite.get. And I'll also update it whenever there's a change in the validate function. So this.res equals the result from suite. And let's take the value and the name and also pass down the this.input. So let's pass everything and the name of the field that we're validating. Back to the suite, let's write our first test. So first, let's take the data, which is empty at the moment. And let's take test and enforce. Now, writing the first test is very simple. Let's test that username and say that if it fails, the user will say username is required. And then enforce that data.username is not empty. And if I go back to the form, and I already have this here, I'll just go to the input and do errors equals, and then res dot get errors for the field username. And if I start typing and then remove everything, I'll see that username is required, which is what we wrote. Let's duplicate this for password as well, and let's go to write the rest of our test. So another one for username, and we can have multiple tests for the same field, and they do not have to be in the same function, which makes it very easy to understand what's going on. So username must be at least 3 characters long, longer than 2. Let's do the same for password. And let's say that password must be at least 5 characters, so longer than or equals 5. And now if I refresh and start typing, we'll see that we get the validation message for username and also for password. Now, if you noticed it, the password field starts lighting up whenever I type inside username, which is not the expected result. We actually want it to only fire up for itself. And this is really easy. Let's just import only, and only allows us to specify the fields that we want to be validated at any given time. So let's run only. And remember, we're passing the name of the field that we're validating to the suite. We can take it here, current field, and let's pass it to only. And now whenever I type inside any of the fields, only it will light up. Now let's add some color. Vest is not a UI framework, but it does give you some UI utilities so you can style your app. So let's do import class names from Vest class names. And what the class names utility does is it gives you an ability to specify which class names should appear in which validation state. So I'll do a computed value and I'll return class names and pass it the validation result, and also the classes that I want to appear at any stage. So if it's valid, I want it to be success. And if it's invalid, I want it to be error. And if it's warning, I want it to be warning. So I can take now the class names and put it in the class. So class equals CN, that's our property, with the field username. And if I start typing, we'll see that it's red and then it's green. So let's do the same for password. And this is happening the same. Now, what if we want some warning fields? So for example, password strength shouldn't block the field from the form from submitting, but it should notify the user there's a problem. Let's do it. We have the feature of warning validations. We just have to call the warn function from Vest. So let's test the password. And let's say that it's weak, that it has no numbers. Password is weak. Maybe add a number. And let's do matches, which takes a regular expression. And let's do, it has 0 to 9 in it. And now all I have to do is just add warn to it, which says this is a warning field. And as I type, you'll see that after 5 characters, it becomes orange, but we're not seeing the validation message, and this is because we're only taking the validation errors. So we have to duplicate this and say get warnings. And if I start typing now, password is weak, maybe add a number. Cool. Now, sometimes we want to also have async validations. For example, if the username is already taken, we want to check that instead of letting the user submit and only then tell them. And all we have to do in Vest is just return a promise or an async test inside our suite. So I'll just do it. Let's have a mock function that implements does user exist logic. So async function does user exist, it takes a username, and if the username equals some user, we should throw an error, throw new error. And also let's make it wait for a second. I'll get the wait npm package. So wait for 1 second. And all I have to do now is write a test that returns does user exist. So test username already taken. And I just need to return does user exist and call it with data.username. Now, if I start typing here, some user, you'll notice that nothing happens. And this is because Vest needs to report back to the form that the validation completed. And here it's waiting for a second. So all we have to do, and maybe first let's add a spinner so we know what's going on. Let's add a new data property. So username loading equals false. This is the default. And now let's do if name. So if the field that we're validating is username, let's do this dot username is loading equals to true. And now just to make it work, let's do loading equals to username is loading. So just to see, okay, we have the spinner, and now we need to cancel it when the validation completes. So let's do this.done. Oh, this.res.done. Done is a function that gives us a callback when the validation is complete. And all we have to do is this.res equals suite.get, gives us the current validation result. And also let's cancel username is loading. So this.username loading equals false. So now if I type some user, we're supposed to get username is already taken. And that's it. That's all you have to do for async validation. But of course, it can be improved, because if you notice, you'll see that I start typing, and even though the validation is failing for the shorter validation, for example, the must be at least 3 characters, we're still showing the spinner, which means we're still going out to the server, which is not a great idea because it could be a very costly async validation. And to prevent that, we can just tell Vest to skip a validation upon some criteria. In this case, whenever the validation is failing to begin with. So in our case, let's get skip when from Vest, and it allows us to tell whenever we want to skip something. And we're taking skip when, and our criteria is suite.get, which gives us the validation result, has errors for username. So whenever username is failing, don't run whatever is inside that callback. And if I do this, okay, let's try typing something. E, A, no spinner. L, there's a spinner. So we're not validating the async validation before it's ready. Now let's do some user again. And it's correct. But now I'm adding another character. And we went to the server and now it's valid. And I'll remove it. And we went to the server again, even though we do know that the validation is already failing because we've already seen it failing for the same user. And again, it could be a costly validation. And we can handle it with memoization within Vest. And all we have to do is take our test and do test.memo, and then just add our dependencies. So in our case, we want to memoize it by the username. So data.username. So as long as username doesn't change, or as long as username is repeated, the validation will give us immediately the same response without going to the server. And this is the example. So some user, we're going to the server, I'm adding a character, and if I remove it, you'll see that we got an immediate response. And now you'll see that the form is valid, everything is okay. I just want to add one more thing. I want to disable submission before the form is fully valid. And this is easy to do. All we have to do is go to our template again, and then add disable to our submit button, and say we want to disable when res is not valid. So not res is valid. And let me see. Oh, disabled. Okay. And now it's disabled. And if I write something, some user 1, perfect. And password example 1. And just notice it. Warning does not prevent the form from submission. A warning field does not qualify for invalid, which is just what we're after. And just like that, within, I think, 6 lines of logic within Vue, we were able to validate this form completely with many, many complex validations, which is pretty awesome, I think. And we've seen some of the features that Vest has, but not all of them. There are a few more, and there are validation of changed fields upon interaction, which we've done. Multiple validations per field, warning validations. We can have interdependent field validations, so we can have tests that's dependent on one another. We have async validations, and we can also memoize them. We can group tests and nest tests within groups. For example, when we have a multi-step form, And in general, we have structured validations. These are some of Vest features, but not all of them. And even with all those features and all this complexity, Vest is still less than 6 kilobytes when mini-zipped. And I think it makes Vest one of the smaller yet most powerful validation frameworks out there. And I am really excited working about Vest. I enjoy writing form validations with Vest. I thank you for joining me today. If you're excited about Vest today, feel free to ping me on Twitter or even go to the GitHub page or even submit a PR, improving the docs for Vue, or even improving and adding some code. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining me today. Have a great day.
All right, that was a great talk. Now, let's actually have Evyatar join us and do a Q&A. But first, let's look at the results of the poll question he asked, which was about our coffee consumption. It would appear that all of us, or the vast majority of us, have a caffeine problem, myself included. I think Evyatar and I had the same answer. If you would like to share what our problem is.
Yeah, so it was not about your caffeine problem, it was about my caffeine problem. Just to clarify, and yes, my option was the third one, while you drink coffee, definitely. So yeah, I was just trying to make myself comfortable about my consumption, to make it clear.
Well, you're in great company, because I'm great company, and that's what matters.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, let's move on to some questions. First,
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Let's creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
So let us know how you liked Evyatar's talk by going over to Slido, code 2010 or I guess you guys just do 0. I don't even know. I was really trying to drop in like some pun or like, some, I should have said, what was it? Schedule earlier, but I didn't. Missed opportunity.
It's that time of the day, I think. And with that, it's a wrap, y'all, at least for the talks bit of day 1, because we have some more stuff coming up. I want to see a big round of applause and praise for the Git Nation team for organizing this wonderful event.
And once again, thank you to our sponsors, which are all on that slide. And now we would like to once again thank our diversity sponsor, Sam Knows. Some interesting stats from Sam Knows about diverse teams. Inclusive companies are 1.7 times more innovative. Companies with equal men and women earn 41% higher revenue. Diverse teams are 87% better at making decisions.
Right? If you need any more evidence or arguments.
Diversity is good. And you can also check out job postings from our amazing sponsors at Vue.js.live.com/jobs and view all of the special offers from our sponsors at Vue.js.live.com/perks. Now let's go to the fun stuff. Let's see some tweets.
Yes, looking forward to those. And we had some real good ones, didn't we?
Yes. Some of y'all have real nice setups.
Right? Like just 2 monitors, because why not, right? I do see that this person is also keeping notes, which makes me very happy.
That is nice.
So probably learning from, all of the talks. I love the previous. So this one tweet where there is an Angular mug.
We'll allow it.
We'll allow it. It's bold. It's ballsy for sure. So I love that one. We have another one here. I mean, this looks very fancy of a setup as well. Look, it's the both of us. We're both in the picture as well.
I'm amazed. I was going through the tweets and I was amazed that I didn't look completely awful in most of them.
You didn't make
You know,
a
like
face.
inevitably you get like the one where you're like,
yeah.
I really hope someone screen capped that one.
Well, maybe not you, but maybe
Okay,
the tweeter.
this one,
Yeah.
I have to give a special shout out on this one. This is Alex Revere, my co-host on Enjoy the View.
Awesome. And is supporting you by tuning in.
And making funny faces as he does.
With even more frames in the background than I have. So that's also an achievement, I feel like.
Yes, actually.
Someone enjoying the talks.
From a comfy couch with colleagues, that sounds awesome.
And Chelsea boots on, which is always a good choice.
Nice.
I think we've seen a question from Jeroen Heijmans, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yes. Yeah, a couple questions.
Yeah. Look at that orange background. I feel like the Netherlands is represented. Not sure if this person is from the Netherlands, but I'm just going to go with it. There's also some binders up there. So maybe this person was doing some administration while also watching talks, which
It's a very nice shade of orange, I will say. Love the keyboard.
Love the keyboard. But I'm all up for like fancy colored keyboards, especially mechanical keyboards, because I love the sound that they make.
Yes, if you saw Flora's setup earlier, she has a very fancy keyboard.
Yeah, I had to tuck it away to make way for my knitting project, but you can definitely, right. And if you follow this hashtag, you can still find it. I got a couple of remarks on my keyword. I love it very much. It makes the sound of a typewriter, and I can really, I can feel the impact when I'm angry typing, which I do a lot, unfortunately.
It's very cathartic.
Another fancy setup. And again, us there, it feels like an Inception tweet.
I know.
These, right?
It was honestly a little weird. I'm just like, oh, my face is all over everyone else's feed.
I love this one where I was thinking, is this a screen or a balance board? Do you know those balance boards?
Yeah.
I recently bought one for the kiddo, so he can exercise.
It's a very nice screen, I will say.
I know I can't call favesies, but whenever there's a dog in a picture or anyone,
I mean,
anyone's
pets win, right?
Yeah. Look at this. Hello, pupper.
So yeah, disclaimer, we have no control over who wins. Just want to be clear.
We're completely impartial. So let me see. Look, the Wheel of Fortune is up. So I don't know. Can we do like a spin? I need to go that way.
Other side. Okay, yeah.
Didn't work really well.
Oh, we did.
Slowing down. I wonder who's the winner. I can't really see. Peeps, it's too small for me. Christopher something. That's what the person in my ear is saying. So I'm just going with it.
Apparently, if you're watching, you can probably see it better than we can.
All I know is that the Git Nation team is going to reach out to you and going to figure out shipment details and everything. So all good. We're gonna turn the wheel one more time because we have two winners. This was so smooth. It's like we practiced.
Totally didn't. Oh, the pupper won!
I'm very excited. Don't know if it shows.
We didn't. It's where that was purely coincidence.
Yes. Pinky promise. Awesome. Pupper, you'll get your shirt as well. And your stickers.
We want to see a picture of the pupper in a shirt, just saying.
Yeah. That's a requirement, a heart requirement, I would even say. Onwards and upwards. As mentioned before, your feedback is really important to us. It helps make the event even better the next time. So we have a form available for you to fill out on Vue.js.live.com/feedback. And so please leave your thoughts, opinions, remarks, compliments on my beautiful Friday costume that I will wear at Halloween, but you'll not be with me for Halloween. So I'm just going to show it off right here. I don't know. I made a promise that I would wear it, yes. So then I should wear it, right? can go back on a promise.
And to stay up to date on great conference talk videos, please subscribe on YouTube and be sure to check out all of the other Git Nation events at gitnation.org.
Exactly. And now it is time to party. We have several things coming up, and a little bird told me that some of the speakers will engage, and maybe some of the MCs, I'm not sure, will engage with you there. We have a Pictionary bar, and we have a Quake.js tournament, but there's also a place where you can just sort of hang out with everyone and have a chat. So that's all up to you, what you're up for. You can turn to our spatial.chat. That's the page where you've been watching the live stream today. In a moment that will change up and will become the party room. So you want to head over there.
And there is a room with Pictionary. So find the link on the background or in chat to join in. We'll start the game. Everyone will get a turn to pick a word and draw it terribly and hope that the rest of us can guess it. It will be so much fun.
Another one is for the Quake.js fans. You can find the link on the background as well of that room and join the game.
And if you don't want to play, you can just join the chit chat room,
which is cute and fun. And with that, I think we're at a close, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for co-hosting, Arya. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you, Floor. It was really fun. I hope everyone else liked it too.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah.
are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
We are looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Looking for someone who's not afraid to fail fast and fail often. So we don't expect perfection because as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
People don't just work at a test, but you make friends here. We genuinely care about each other.
Lots of room for growth for people of any level of experience.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
3T Software Labs makes high-performance tools for MongoDB, tools that power data teams worldwide. Our flagship product, Studio 3T, is the most highly rated client for MongoDB on the planet. Studio 3T, rated #1 by pretty much everyone.
Open source is everywhere. In fact, 92% of modern applications contain open source, and in many organizations, it makes up more than 70% of the code. Tidelift helps organizations offload the complexity of managing open source components while keeping them safe and up to date.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town.